energy support package that helps not just every household this winter, preventing them from the uncertainty of energy bills that were potentially forecast to reach £6,500 per home, but also businesses. And this is the government that is on the support side of businesses that's keen to improve the supply side of our economy so that we can grow to create the tax revenues for our high-quality public services.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Bank of England made a further intervention in the markets, warning of, and I quote, a material risk to UK financial stability. This risk comes directly from the Chancellor's mini-budget 2.5 weeks ago. How much more will government borrowing cost next year as a result of the rising gilt yields since the Chancellor's statement on September 23rd?
Mr. Speaker, as I've already observed, we're seeing interest rates rise in every major Western economy. Perhaps the opposition front benches, when they're finished with their British exceptionalism, will actually lift their eyes and notice that. What's more important is that we are protecting consumers and households through the difficult winter months ahead. We're cutting taxes, measures that this side of the House supports and that side of the House opposes.
SNP spokesperson Alison Poulos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The IMF observed today that the Chancellor's unfunded tax cuts have complicated the fight against inflation. As a result, the Bank of England is expected to increase the base rate to levels not seen since 2008. Families have already struggled with increasing energy prices, and Kantar say that grocery inflation stands at 13.9%. Santander are preparing for increased mortgage defaults. So can I ask the Minister, what are he and his Treasury team doing to tackle this absolute chaos they have created themselves?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that it's absolutely inimical to the Nationalist Party to talk this country down at every opportunity. The reality is that we are taking the action that we need. We are tackling supply side. We are tackling the strikes that are grinding down the economy, and we are building the energy that we need that will help strengthen our economy and strengthen our currency. Her party oppose nuclear and they oppose more oil and gas exploration.
Sir. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to group this with question number 11. A critical part of the government's growth plan is road, rail and energy infrastructure, and we will be introducing legislation very shortly to make sure the delivery of that critical infrastructure is massively sped up.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the investment in physical infrastructure, but the Treasury front bench will know that infrastructure needs skills. We need the skills for the future, to deliver the jobs for the future, to make the infrastructure investment sustainable. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss the idea for MKU, a brand new university in Milton Keynes? Every single Minister and Secretary of State that I've spoken to about this thinks it's a good idea. Will he meet with me and get it off paper and get boots on the ground?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, the member for Milton Keynes North, who is a tireless champion for the great place, or the great town of Milton Keynes. I would be delighted to meet with him to discuss this idea, along with colleagues perhaps from the Department for Education. I note, of course, that Milton Keynes has already received £23 million through the Towns Fund, but I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss this idea.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Growing the economy is about improving people's lives, but also improving the success of places like Carlisle. To achieve this, we need investment, both public and private. And in the case of public investment, it is infrastructure that will make the real difference. Given the rise in the cost of such infrastructure projects, can the Chancellor or the Minister confirm that where these projects have a shortfall in funding but are ready to go, that the government will step in and give additional funding?
Well, it is very much our intention to speed up projects where they are ready to go. The growth plan announced a few weeks ago made very clear our commitment to doing that. The last spending review provided, I think, about £100 billion of funding towards critical economic infrastructure. But where we can speed projects up, we will certainly be doing that. And I think one of the projects that we have in mind to do exactly that for is the A66 North Transpennine route, which I believe goes not far from the honourable gentleman's constituency.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, former Conservative Energy Minister Charles Hendry conducted a review into the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. He gave it the thumbs up, but since then successive governments haven't pursued it. Now, given the energy crisis we're in, will the Minister consider reopening the business case? It could be a fantastic source of green energy for our country.
Well, the government is extremely interested in all forms of new energy generation. We're determined to make sure that the United Kingdom is electricity independent. There are all kinds of projects we're looking at, including, of course, marine projects. I understand that when the Swansea scheme was previously investigated, there were questions about value for money, but I'm sure any proposition that is put forward, and if the honourable gentleman wants to do it, we'd be very happy to take a careful look at it.
Stephen Flynn.
When it comes to the delivery of projects, we can't help but admire the speed at which the government has managed to transform Downing Street from a nightclub into a casino. But I have one ask that isn't a gamble. The Acorn project in the north-east of Scotland, when are they going to deliver it?
Well, my honourable friend, the Chancellor, says that that is something we are examining very carefully. But let me say, his characterisation of the growth plan, I think, is extremely unfair. The real risk, I would say that the real risk is in not having a growth plan. The real risk is in having taxes that are too high. The real risk is not investing in infrastructure. What is clear is that this government has a growth plan. The opposition has no plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's always right to look for efficiencies and try and get better value money for the taxpayer. As we look for spending cuts, could my right honourable friend confirm that those spending cuts will not come at the expense of reductions of vital infrastructure spending in our regions, not least in the north of England?
Minister.
Yeah, well, look, I'm pleased to say, as the Chancellor said when he introduced the growth plan, that expediting critical infrastructure is an important part of that plan. Without critical infrastructure, we're not going to see the growth in jobs, the growth in wages, and the prosperity that we all want to see. And this government will do everything it can to speed up the delivery of those projects.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't know much yet about the government's new investment zones, but in order to achieve the success of the private investment in them, will the government have specifically targeted funds for infrastructure projects in those zones? And if so, will this be a further unfunded expenditure commitment?
Well, I think the Chancellor set out the investment zone concept very clearly. There would be, by agreement with local authorities, planning freedoms and also very significant tax cuts. Infrastructure investments are being handled separately to that, but I think it would be reasonable to expect a degree of coordination between DLUC and the Department of Transport as they consider the way that investment zones interact with transport projects.
Why should it call over?
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, reforming the EU's directive on bonus cap is not about paying people more. All it ever did was increase base pay regardless of performance. It was never a cap on total remuneration, and no one should pretend that it was.
Why should it call over?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was total nonsense. But as some families in Battersea struggle to keep up with the rising cost of living, this government has chosen to help bankers by removing the cap on their bonuses whilst maintaining the cap on household social security. Shame. Now, despite soaring bills and growing inflation, the cap has remained stagnant since 2016, plunging hundreds of thousands of families into deep poverty. The cap on social security is cruel, and how can the Chancellor seriously justify removing the cap on bankers' bonuses but not on the social security cap? So will he have a word with his colleagues at the Work and Pensions Department and change that?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady's fully booked her place as a member of the Anti-Growth Coalition. In 1970, this government is not afraid to be on the side of the people that create the wealth that funds our public services. In 1979, the top 1% of earners paid about 10% of income tax. They now pay 29.1%. That's 3 times as much.
Will friend agree with me that scrapping the cap on bankers' bonuses will not only increase competitiveness but also increase tax receipts as well, Mr. Speaker?
Minister. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when my constituents are struggling to make ends meet, they're struggling to put food on the table and struggling to put the heating on, this government has decided the way to increase growth in the economy is to lift the cap on bankers' bonuses. As Shadow City Minister, not a single person that I spoke to in the city or a single bank that I spoke to said this was the right policy to drive growth in the economy. So could I ask the Minister, does he really think this policy will drive growth in the economy, or are we going to see yet another U-turn from his government?
Minister.
I can assure the honourable lady that this government is going to grow the economy, and it's going to grow the economy by releasing the burden, the yoke of taxation, whether that's on ordinary people, cutting the basic rate of tax from 20 pence to 19 pence, whether it's today by reversing the increase in national insurance or by cutting the taxes on the businesses that she's been meeting, and I welcome that, by reversing the increase in corporation tax next year.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
This government will back first-time buyers by increasing the level at which they start paying stamp duty. Young couple can now purchase a property for up to $425,000 without paying tax.
Mr. Speaker, it's a core tenet of our belief to help everyone onto the housing ladder. So can I ask the Minister what assessment has he made since the growth plan about helping people and areas build houses for those who need it and want it?
Minister.
My honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Department of Housing Local Government will be making a statement to this House in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent wrote to me and said, what world do the Tories live in? I guess one where you protect the rich and wealthy. The suggestion that the Treasury thinks that a person on 30k a year can buy a home in London is frankly laughable and salt in the wound. Can I please ask the Minister how he expects my constituents in Vauxhall, who are already struggling to pay their rent, to save on a salary of 30k to buy a new home?
Minister.
I'd be very happy to write to the honourable lady to talk to her constituents about the unprecedented intervention that we have made to protect her constituents this winter from their energy bills, putting valuable certainty and confidence not just into every household, but into every business in the economy, which is why today the IMF have increased their growth forecast for the United Kingdom.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to his question, he will have seen that I brought forward the publication of the medium-term fiscal plan to the 31st of October.
Mr. Speaker, I think the House will agree with me that the uncertainty over the state hasn't exactly helped forward planning when it came to benefits. Any real cut in benefits will mean people not having enough money to buy food and buy clothing for their children. So does the Chancellor agree with me that increasing benefits in line with inflation is the only fair way forward? Indeed, it would be immoral to do otherwise. And as the Chief Executive Inverness Citizens Advice Bureau has pointed out to me, such benefit money is spent locally, within the local economy, and is a boost to what the Chancellor has talked about many times, which is growing the economy.
Well, I'm delighted to see that one member of the anti-growth coalition is focusing on growth, but in relation to his specific question, he will understand that the medium-term fiscal plan is coming out on the 31st of October, and I'm not going to prejudge any measures in it.
Robert Halford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that a very important part of the plan for growth is the levelling up fund? And has my honourable friend seen Harlow Council's Levelling Up Fund bid, which I wholeheartedly support, which would transform a derelict area of our town centre into a thriving cultural quarter with jobs, investment and tackling antisocial behaviour, and with these abandoned buildings that for far too long blighted the heart of our town?
I know that my right honourable friend is a redoubtable and highly persuasive representative of his constituents, and I'd be very happy to talk to him about what we can do together to help his great constituency.
Steve Deutsche.
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of England has had to intervene not once, not twice, but 3 times now. And the impact on pension funds is obviously very, very significant. Many of my constituents are going to be deeply worried. What assessment has the Chancellor made of the impact on potential additional pressures on the economy in the future on public sector pension pay because of the damage to pension funds for pensioners up and down this country? Is that another reason why he didn't want to publish the OBR at the time of his mini-budget?
So the OBR will be fully scoring and giving a forecast ahead of the medium-term fiscal plan. In relation to the Bank of England, I speak to the Governor very frequently, and he is someone who is absolutely independent and is actually managing what is a global situation very effectively.
Chair of the Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome my right honourable friend's decision to bring forward the medium-term plan and the OBR forecast. He has listened and he is right. But could I caution him that when it comes to the measures that he puts forward to underpin that forecast, that he reaches out as much as he can across this side of the House and the other side of the House to be absolutely certain that he can get those measures through this House. Any failure to do so will unsettle the markets.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. He does a brilliant job chairing his committee and is full of wise counsel. And he's absolutely right that we will and should canvass opinion widely ahead of the publication of the plan.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, the OBR was the creation of a Conservative government designed to curtail wishful thinking in economic policy. So does the Chancellor agree with me that it's unfortunate, to say the least, that we seem to have cabinet ministers briefing against the economic expertise of that independent institution?
Chancellor. As far as I'm concerned, and I speak to investors regularly about this, the OBR is an institution that commands wide respect, not only in the UK, but across the world, and its independence, to me, is absolutely sacrosanct.
Gail Perman.
The energy price guarantee is an outstanding part of the growth plan and key, but far too few businesses and households know about it. Can I urge the Chancellor to have a nationwide mail-out campaign coupled to government taking the lead on the reduction of energy in all public buildings, as the Germans and other countries are doing so? This has the twin benefit of saving consumers and also reducing taxpayer subsidy.
I think my honourable friend makes an excellent suggestion. Obviously, I'm very careful not to make unfunded spending commitments on the floor of the House. But his suggestion is a very well-made one, which we should look into.
Shadow Minister James Money.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor's refusal to publish OBR forecasts just over 2 weeks ago played a key role in falling confidence in the pound, rising borrowing costs and market panic. His woeful decision to avoid scrutiny by gagging the OBR helped increase mortgage costs for working people who are now paying the price for Conservative failure. The Chancellor's behaviour has been described by the former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney as undercutting economic institutions, and Jonathan Haskell, a member of the Monetary Policy Committee, made clear that a sidelined OBR generates more uncertainty. Does the Chancellor accept they are right?
As I've repeatedly said in this session, the OBR will have a fully forecasted and scored response to the medium-term fiscal plan in less than 3 weeks.
George Freeman.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the 2021 spending review, the government announced an increase in public expenditure on R&D to £20 billion per year by 2024-25, including funding for association to EU programmes.
George Freeman.
The Chancellor and his team for making the Treasury a growth department and
Would they agree with me that innovation-led growth is particularly important if we want to drive up productivity, competitiveness and inward investment, that our high-growth sectors like space, agri-tech and fusion have a big role to play? And would the Minister specifically reassure those in the R&D community that he won't be tempted to reduce the allocation for Horizon or for science and research in the CSR in order to reassure the markets?
Mr. Speaker, very few members of this House can look back on a track record of commitment to research and development as significant as my honourable friend, both as a minister and as backbencher, and so I am happy to confirm to him that we will abide by the Spending Review 2021 decision. That includes funding for core Innovate UK programmes, for Association Horizon Europe and for ARIA.
But the Minister needs to be much more specific about the Horizon Europe programme. Is he aware of what Nobel laureate Sir Andre Guillen said, that top academics are leaving the country in despair because the government are negotiating on Horizon Europe? When will the government do something now?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right at the importance of this issue, and the United Kingdom absolutely wishes to move forward, and we would hope the EU would move forward at pace with us to reach an agreement.
Mike Kingsbury.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loan charge was announced at Budget 2016 as part of a package of measures to tackle disguised remuneration tax avoidance. At Spring Statement 2022, this package was estimated to bring in an overall exchequer yield of £3.4 billion. The changes resulting from the 2019 independent review of the loan charge have reduced the exchequer yield by an estimated £620 million.
Mike Kingsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many everyday people are facing huge bills, untold distress, and in some cases personal harm and indeed suicide because of a loan charge scandal. Can the Minister now commit, can the government commit to finally commission a truly independent review to deal with this mess?
Minister.
Well, I think all members of this House who have met constituents who have been affected by the loan charge cannot fail to have been moved by the emotional and psychological impact that has had on many of them. And as Minister, it is right, therefore, that I should look at this issue carefully, and I can say to the member that I will engage with all interested parties on this matter.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to answer my first question at the dispatch box from the member from Barnsley Central who replied to my maiden speech. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer this question alongside number 17. The Levelling Up White Paper set out a clear plan to level up every corner of the UK by 2030. We're also driving growth and unlocking housing across the UK with our new investment zones. And we're continuing to invest billions in regional infrastructure, including £1.7 billion allocated under the Levelling Up Fund, of which £500 million went to the north.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to see the Minister at the dispatch box, and I congratulate her on her appointment. Previous Chancellors have not delivered the level of transformative resource required to level up. Now, I know that the Chancellor does understand the huge potential that exists right across the north of England, but for many of us, the levelling up agenda is sipping in the last chance saloon. So, can the Minister say what's going to be done differently under this new Chancellor?
We're absolutely committed to the levelling up agenda, and if we look at South Yorkshire received £570 million through the Regional Cities Transport Scheme, £95 million through the Levelling Up Fund and £46 million through the Shared Prosperity Fund. Our ambitions with levelling up continue.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, building on the back of Bradford's City of Culture win and in this momentous year for Rugby League, I am supporting the plan for the transformation and regeneration of the home of the Bradford Bulls, the iconic Odsall Stadium, to become a world-class sports, music and culture arena. This plan would be an incubator for the ambitions of the entire Bradford district, delivering over £1 billion worth of socio-economic benefits. However, following the Bank of England's repeated interventions, can the Minister confirm the Levelling Up Fund Round 2 will still be going ahead in full, and will the Minister and the Chancellor demonstrate this by meeting with me, Bradford Council and the Bradford Bulls and the RFL to discuss our catalyst for growth?
Well, I can absolutely confirm that we will be going ahead with the second round of the Levelling Up Fund, and there should be decisions by the end of the year. I wish her well in her bid. Clearly, there is an independent assessment going on of the bids at the moment, but if it is possible to meet them, we will do that. But clearly, we need to decide if that is appropriate. And I would also like to congratulate her on her success in the first round of the Levelling Up bid, where she got 20 million for Squire Lane Leisure Centre.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The renewable energy sector is vital to my Cleethorpes constituency and the neighbouring area, and has done a great deal to level up the local economy. Can the Minister give an assurance that the support for the sector will continue?
We are very much so committed to the sector, and I would be delighted to sit down with the honourable gentleman to discuss further.
Paulson.
Mr. Speaker, a key part of levelling up is the creation of investment zones. The Chancellor will be aware of the proposals for a gigafactory at Coventry Airport to support UK automotive manufacturing. Does the Minister agree with me that the joint application by Labour Coventry City Council and Conservative Warwickshire County Council for an investment zone at Coventry Airport should be encouraged?
Minister.
We're encouraging all higher local authorities to look at the investment zones and to apply. I think that they are a great tool for development. So absolutely, I would encourage that application.
Pete Wishart.
Mr. Speaker, never so much chaos has ever been inflicted on so many by so few will be the motto that will reverberate down the eons for this government. But can I ask her, do they actually still believe in this fairy tale of levelling up? Isn't it now just a matter of how far they're going to level us all down?
Minister.
Everything that we are doing is being driven by a growth agenda so that we can level up all the way across the United Kingdom.
David Morris.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear at that moment in time. Mr. Speaker, the Eden Project North is, as far as I'm aware, the only project in the Levelling Up Round 2 that has got planning permission and land allocated. What I would like to know is when the decisions will be made so that we can get this shovel-ready scheme going, because Eden themselves have got £50 million from the table, and we're asking for £50 million as match funding in effect.
Decisions on the second phase of the Levelling Up round will be made by the end of the year, and I wish him very well.
David Linden.
13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have regular discussions with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. If his question relates to the operating budget of DWP, we expect departments to live within their existing CSR 21 allocations. If his question relates to the level of benefits more generally, there is a statutory process which of course is undertaken every year. No decisions have yet been made, and they will be made in due course in the normal way.
David Linden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answer, if not his recent tweets? Can I also ask him as well if he's had any representations from the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions to increase social security payments in line with inflation? Far too often this government talks about its agenda for growth, but failure to increase in line with inflation will result just in growth in food banks in Easterhouse, fuel poverty in Carmyle and child poverty in Baillieston. So when's he going to do the right thing and commit to rising social security in line with inflation, not earnings?
Well, I'm obviously not going to offer any kind of running commentary on internal discussions which are going on. I've said that the normal, ordinary statutory process is ongoing, but of course the government is mindful of the cost of living pressures that people are facing. I would draw the honourable member's attention to the very large increase in the national minimum wage, I think about 7%, that took place last April or May. And of course there are also now more vacancies in the economy than there are people on unemployment benefits as well.
Julian Smith.
Confirm to this House that the government will not balance the forthcoming tax cuts on the back of the poorest people in our country.
Well, I think the objective of this government is, first of all, to make sure that the economy is growing. That will help lift wages, it will create new jobs, and it will create a sustainable tax base for our public services. But as we make these decisions that my honourable friend refers to, of course we're going to balance considerations of fairness, the cost of living pressures that people suffer, along, of course, with interests of the taxpayers who are working hard to pay tax as well.
Chair of the PAC, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has talked about vacancies in the job market. There are vacancies, of course, but many of my constituents, and under 12,000 a year, won't benefit from the tax cut, rely on universal credit to make up the gap, can't afford to work because of the high costs of childcare, and they are literally on the poverty line already. What is his advice to them, and will he give us some comfort that the DWP will or the government will make the right decision on uprating benefits?
Minister.
Well, I've already explained that the normal statutory process is underway, but when it comes to helping people on low incomes, I've mentioned already the very significant increase in the minimum wage just a few months ago. We've made an unprecedented intervention this year amounting to £37 billion, which is disparate already, which is disproportionately directed towards people on lower incomes. So the 1/3 of households on lower incomes are receiving an extra £1,200 this year. The Honourable Lady also referred to the fact that people earning now £12,570 or less pay not a penny of national insurance and not a penny of income tax, and that is thanks to the action of this Conservative government.
David Simmons.
Number 14, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is encouraging business innovation through many ways. Let me enumerate four for my colleague. A significant uplift in R&D expenditure, as I mentioned to my honourable friend, the member for Mid Norfolk. Innovation loans of £150 million over the spending period. Research and development tax relief. Long-term investment for technology and science, which is a competition providing up to £500 million in government support. And the British Business Bank, which is supporting innovative businesses, including through the Future Fund.
Davidson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Owners and entrepreneurs behind small businesses, like the team behind Code Ninjas in Bridge Street in my constituency, are a key part of the government's growth agenda. So may I ask my honourable friend what steps he has in mind that will enable small and medium-sized enterprises like this to further create jobs and growth?
Minister.
Right, I'm not sure I got the name quite correct, Mr. Speaker. Was it Code Ninjas, was it?
Code Ninjas.
All right. Well, maybe I can visit my honourable friend's constituency to learn about what they do. But what I would say more generally is that Growth Plan did focus on important measures to support small businesses that wish to grow, including making the £1 million AIA allowance permanent, looking to expand the amount of money that can be given to small businesses to grow through the SEIS fund, and of course, most importantly, through the government's energy price support through this winter.
We now come to topical Stephanie Peacock.
Topical question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is relentlessly focused, Mr. Speaker, on growing the economy. Putin's barbaric war in Ukraine continues to put pressure on gas prices, so it was absolutely right that with predictions of typical bills reaching £4,000 to £6,500 a year, Mr. Speaker, people needed immediate support to get them through this winter. Last month, we set out the growth plan, which will focus on breaking out of the high-tax, low-growth cycle that we were currently trapped in. This will put more money in people's pockets and raise living standards for all our people. Mr. Speaker, this week I wrote to my right honourable friend, the member for Central Devon, to inform him that I will set out the medium-term fiscal plan on the 31st of October to remind the House and I wish to remind the House that this will be accompanied by a full economic and fiscal forecast published by the Office for Budget Responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor sat in a cabinet that committed to increasing social security payments in line with inflation. Why won't he honour that promise?
As I've said repeatedly, and my right honourable friend has, we will be. No decisions have been made. There's a natural, usual statutory process that's being undertaken, and we will have more detail at the time of the medium-term fiscal plan.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor will know that Essex is a pro-growth county and the heart of economic growth. So in order to support job creation and more economic growth, will he commit to funding the dualling of the A120 between Braintree and Marks Tay, and importantly along the route that the County Council, businesses and the local community have specified?
Chancellor.
I wish to address her and pay tribute to her role in Cabinet, in government. She is a fantastic colleague, the Right Honourable Gentleman. And I wish to confirm that the A120 Braintree to A12 remains under active consideration alongside the rest of the third road investment strategy pipeline.
We come to Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the Chancellor's disastrous mini-budget just 18 days ago, we've seen wild swings in the value of the pound, gilt yields up 100 basis points in a single day, and the Bank of England stepping in because, in their words, of a material risk to UK financial stability. And the IMF has now said that UK growth is to slow further next year. This is a British crisis made in Downing Street. No other government is sabotaging their own country's economic credibility as this government is. So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask, are the Chancellor and the Prime Minister the last people left on earth who actually think that their plan is working?
So, just to pick up on a point, the IMF said today that actually the plan, the mini-budget, has increased the forecast for growth. So it's precisely the opposite of what the Honourable Lady has said. And it's very clear where we stand on this. We've got pro-growth, pro-enterprise, pro-business Conservatives on one side and the anti-growth coalition on the other side, who want to tax more and want to commit us to low growth.
Rachel Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is in a dangerous state of denial. But the costs of these mistakes are all too real for everyone else. Borrowing costs up, growth down, mortgage payments set to increase by £500 a month. Now they scrabble around looking for cuts, hitting the most vulnerable and hitting our public services. It does not need to be this way. So will the Chancellor now put aside his pride, do the right thing for our country, end this trickle-down nonsense and reverse the budget?
So which of the tax cuts? Do they want to stop the basic rate, the cut in the basic rate? Are they committed to having a high tax economy? And the other thing I would suggest is that she should get her facts right. The IMF today have said that our growth is going up, not going down.
Mr. Speaker, early results from my local business survey strongly suggest that a lower VAT rate would increase investment, which itself then would boost recovery and growth in the hospitality sector in my beautiful constituency of Eastbourne. Will my right honourable friend be reviewing the case for a lower rate to bring us back into line with some of our international competitors?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eastbourne is indeed beautiful, as indeed is North East Bedfordshire and many other parts of the country. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to talk about the importance of VAT to the hospitality industry, particularly as we move through the period of COVID recovery. But as we now move towards the growth plan, we need to look at the level of taxes on small businesses in general, and that is a key part of the work that I'll be looking at as part of the tax simplification plan.
Kirsten Olsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Push payment fraud losses increased by 71% in the first half of 2021, with the losses from that type of fraud surpassing card fraud for the first time. So what steps is the Chancellor taking to tackle this huge surge in this fraud, and importantly to ensuring that victims, including my constituents, are reimbursed for their losses instead of being unfairly penalised for falling victim to these increasingly sophisticated scams?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, push payment fraud is indeed a growing problem. It's one the government takes very seriously. It's why we'll be taking powers in the Financial Services and Markets Bill that will mandate reimbursement to consumers.
Theresa Villiers.
It's a massive relief that the nightmare scenario of energy bills of £4,000 or £5,000 or even £6,000 has been prevented by the energy price cap. Will the government explain how they're reducing the cost to taxpayers of that scheme and stabilising the energy market for the future?
Absolutely right. I think my right honourable friend was 100% right to notice that the energy intervention was exactly the right thing. We're going to have a commitment to fiscal responsibility which will stabilise the economic situation and picture, and I'm sure that her constituents will fully understand what the growth plan is all about. It's about putting more money into their pockets so we can have a growing and dynamic economy.
Alan Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish Government announced yesterday that they will be doubling the December bridging payment, which is granted to low-income families, to £260. The Child Poverty Action Group noted this will make a real difference to households struggling with the cost of living crisis. What plans does the UK Government have to follow suit and bring in targeted measures for low-income households?
Chancellor.
So as my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, said earlier, most of the measures that constituted £37 billion intervention were targeted directly at vulnerable constituents, all our vulnerable constituents here in this House. The energy price guarantee also is going to be greatly beneficial to people across our country who are suffering from the cost of living. There is a huge amount of intervention that this government is committed to, and of course our top priority is to make sure that everyone can get through challenging times as best they can.
Or a trough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor has provided vital support for families across Sevenoaks and Swanley with their energy bills. But for my more rural constituents who are off the mains gas grid, they've seen heating oil prices rise over double in the past year. The £100 support is welcome, but can the Chancellor and the Business Secretary review this support in light of these severe price rises?
Absolutely. I'm in frequent contact with my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary. We actually we dedicated a pot specifically to help people who are off the gas grid, but we're very happy, I and my right honourable friend, to help my honourable friend and her constituents in this challenging time.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the light that the Bank of England is having to go even further to refinance the UK government bond market, what discussions has the Chancellor had with the pensions regulator about the viability of defined benefit schemes and the devaluation of defined contribution schemes or annuities, where workers going to have to pay for this?
My honourable friend, the Financial Secretary of Treasury, and I are engaged with all the regulators, particularly the PRA, and we will be absolutely committed to getting to the bottom of what's happened in the particularly the long-dated gilt market, where it's been over-levered over the last few weeks.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor said that he's going to set out a fully costed plan to get debt falling as a proportion of GDP, which he's confirmed at the dispatch box will be done in just under 3 weeks' time. The Institute for Fiscal Studies, in their report this morning, has suggested that in order to do so, there will need to be fiscal tightening of around £62 billion in the next 4 years. Does the Chancellor agree with their analysis? And if he doesn't, as I suspect is the case, can you just set out for the House why not?
As I've said repeatedly, I'm not going to prejudge what's in the medium-term fiscal plan, which will be fully scrutinised, not only by the OBR, but I'm sure by the right honourable gentleman, my friend, the right honourable member himself. So I don't think it's right for me to prejudge or anticipate the measures there today.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the IMF, despite the Chancellor's confident words, the IMF is predicting that inflation will last longer in this country than in other similar economies. And in my constituency of Edinburgh West, where we have half the national average rate of unemployment and claimants, people are so concerned that more than half of them are talking about cutting their essential budgets, and 20%, according to recent reports, are concerned that they might have to turn to food banks for the first time. So when will the Chancellor reassess the potential impact of this growth plan and accept that maybe he's got it wrong?
The IMF very specifically said this morning that the 2023 forecast for growth in this country has gone up as a direct consequence of the mini-budget. In respect of helping constituents up and down the land, we have already committed to £37 billion of energy support this year. We've committed to a further £60 billion in respect of households and businesses over the next 6 months, and we are committed to making sure that every one of our constituents gets through this winter as best they can.
Sir Britley.
Mr Speaker, I've had numerous residents, such as those at Harwood Bar Caravan Park, get in touch about the £400 energy support scheme. The previous Chancellor confirmed that there was an equivalent scheme for those in caravan parks and park homes. Can the Chancellor please provide an update for my residents in Hamburg and Hasland?
As I said in relation to heating oil, there is a pot of money that is going to be reserved for people to help people who are off the grid, and that's something that we've already made announcements about, but I'd be very happy to speak with her and also with my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Chester City walls cost about £600,000 a year to upkeep, but that money has to come out of the local authorities' highways budget. Can the government set aside a small amount of money to help local authorities with the stewardship of internationally important heritage assets?
Minister.
Government continues to support the heritage and cultural sector. There are several sources of funding from government arm's-length bodies such as the National Lottery Heritage Fund and Historic England's repair grants. So I would encourage the honourable gentleman to look into those.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since the 1970s, residents in Eastleigh have long been expecting and have been promised at times funding for the Chickenhall Lane bypass, including being allocated funding in the 2015 Red Book. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and Hampshire County Council to discuss getting this sorted for people who have waited for simply far too long?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is a tireless advocate for this and other projects in his constituency, and of course I and perhaps colleagues from the Department for Transport would be delighted to meet with him and his county council colleagues to discuss this important project.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Chancellor was warned that unfunded tax cuts would force the Bank of England to increase rates, and that's exactly what's happened. And the Bank of England today has said that the mini-budget, in effect, has caused a material risk to Britain's financial stability. Can the Chancellor explain? Can the Chancellor explain how people are supposed to pay their mortgages that have gone up by £500 on average and £900 in London? What is he going to do about it? Because it is not acceptable that his incompetence is risking people's livelihoods.
So, 2 points to that. Firstly, the Bank of England did not say that the mini-budget increased risk. They certainly did not say that. The second issue is that, of course, as global rates are rising throughout the world, there is exposure. And that's precisely why we thought that it right, and it was absolutely right, to have the energy intervention, which was for 2 years. I mean, the Labour plan was only 6 months. Let's not forget that. And secondly, to reduce the burden on people by reducing taxes.
Thank you, sir. Talking to people working in the housing industry in Winchester, they're not convinced that the stamp duty reduction will help first-time buyers while inflation and particularly mortgage rates are creeping up. Lenders are coming back with some good rates, and the Chancellor will know that, but when he delivers his statement on the 31st of October, will he ensure that it has confidence at its heart, and knowing him it will be this, a relentlessly positive statement so that we can push confidence right the way through the market?
It will be relentlessly upbeat. They are challenging times, but we've got to live within our means, and there will be an absolute iron commitment to fiscal responsibility.
Steve McCabe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Minister admit that if the Government doesn't increase the guarantee credit component of pension credit in line with inflation this year, it's effectively cutting the incomes of our poorest pensioners when they need help most?
We're absolutely committed to fairness and helping the most vulnerable in our society. We're always committed to that, and I will not prejudge or anticipate measures in the medium-term fiscal plan this afternoon.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will my right honourable friend confirm that the cuts to national insurance will not only help working households, but also businesses and the public sector, such as schools?
My honourable friend and constituency neighbour, dare I say, is absolutely right. the reversal of the planned increase in national insurance will help businesses, will help individuals, and also will help the institutions that he refers to.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Chancellor state how much the investment zones are worth and how they will be funded?
There will be more detail about investment zones. My right honourable friend, the DLUC Secretary of State, will be updating the House on the specifics on the investment zones.
Final question, Kevin Holdenright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has quite rightly frozen around £30 billion of Russian foreign currency reserves. A number of countries are moving from freezing those assets to seizing them to pay reparations to Ukraine. Would my right honourable friend look at similar measures from the UK?
These have been discussed in the past. I think the right honourable member for Surrey Heath did talk about this earlier in the year, and these schemes are always being looked at in light of what is an increasingly bleak situation in Russia-Ukraine. Volatile.
Right, let us start with the urgent questions. We'll just let the bench clear. Thanks for having me. No problem, look after yourself. Urgent question, Tobias Elwood.
Mr. Speaker, regarding Ukraine, could I ask the Secretary of State to make a statement on our policy to deter and, if required, respond to the use of nuclear weapons by President Putin?
Minister, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Russia's continuing assault on Ukraine is an unprovoked, premeditated attack against a sovereign democratic state and which continues to threaten global stability. This week, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence, is meeting with defence ministers in Brussels to discuss further support for Ukraine. And later today, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, will be speaking to members of the G7. I can assure the House that the UK and our allies remain steadfast and united in our support for Ukraine. As previously set out to the House, defence is playing a central role in the UK's response to the Russian invasion, providing £2.3 billion worth of military support and leading in the international response. We were the first European country to provide lethal aid to Ukraine. To date, we have sent more than 10,000 anti-tank missiles, multiple launch rocket systems, more than 200 armoured vehicles, more than 120 logistic vehicles, 6 Stormer vehicles fitted with Starstreak launchers and hundreds of missiles, as well as maritime Brimstone missiles. In addition, we have supplied almost 100,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, nearly 3 million rounds of small arms ammunition, 2,600 anti-structure munitions and 4.5 tonnes of plastic explosive. Defence is also providing basic training to Ukrainian soldiers in the UK. To date, we have trained over 6,000 Ukrainian recruits in the UK and continue to review and adjust their course to meet their requirements. Defence will continue to respond decisively to Ukraine's requests, and this equipment is playing a crucial role in stalling the Russian advance and supporting our Ukrainian friends. President Putin's comments on nuclear are irresponsible. No other country is talking about nuclear use. We do not see this as a nuclear crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to our support and from allies, Ukrainian forces have done the unthinkable in pushing back Russian forces. But with Putin now on the back foot and the third largest military in the world humiliated, this conflict has entered a darker chapter, and we can't be bystanders. Putin can't be seen to lose this war, and as his response to the Kerch Bridge attack shows, he's stooping ever more to unconventional tactics. The prospect of Putin turning to tactical, low-yield nuclear weapons remains low, but the threat has increased, and this poses questions for Britain and indeed the West that must be addressed before, not after this line is crossed. Russian military doctrine allows the first use of nuclear weapons in response to conventional attacks on Russian soil. That's why these sham referenda took place in the Donbass region, so Putin could claim that this was part of the motherland. In response, as things stand, our formal position is so-called strategic ambiguity, the promise of a response, but no public clarity of what that might be. We gained a reputation to blink when it came to Georgia, the same with chemical weapons use in Syria, and indeed when Crimea was annexed. I believe we should state now what our conventional response would be to Putin deploying either nuclear weapons directly or targeting hazardous infrastructure such as chemical or indeed civil nuclear plants. Such clarity could be the very deterrent that helps prevent such hostile actions from taking place, rather than the vague position that we have now. Our adversaries, not just Russia, must know and fear the military consequences of daring to resort to using nuclear weapons, even if they are low yield. This is not an operational decision, but a political call. We have a duty to do all we can to deter Putin from going nuclear. Let's not leave it to chance. Let's exhibit the robust statecraft and engagement that this unpredictable war now requires.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend's comments. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I should reiterate what I said at the start, that President Putin's comments are irresponsible. No other country is talking about nuclear use, and we do not see this as a nuclear crisis. President Putin should be clear that for the UK and our allies, any use at all of nuclear weapons would break a taboo on nuclear use that has held since 1945 and would lead to severe consequences for Russia. President Putin has launched an illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. His forces continue to commit senseless atrocities. The people of Ukraine are seeking only to restore their sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we will continue to support Ukraine's right to defend. Now, my right honourable friend draws on tactical nuclear missiles, but we see nuclear is nuclear. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, if I can reiterate the point that the Secretary-General of NATO said, President Putin's nuclear rhetoric is dangerous. It is reckless. NATO is, of course, vigilant. We monitor closely what Russia does. Russia must understand that nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought, and it will have severe consequences for Russia if they use nuclear weapons. And this has been very clearly conveyed to Russia. So we will continue to support Ukraine, and we will continue to support them in their efforts to liberate even more territory, because they have the right to do so. It has not been, and it never has been, tactically smart to outline exactly what responses would be to any potential situation, and we will continue on the lines that this government has outlined, and that indeed of what the Secretary-General has outlined.
Shadow Minister Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the new Minister to his place. It is because Ukraine is winning that Putin's behaviour is becoming so volatile. The sham referenda, the irresponsible nuclear sabre rattling, the missile attacks on civilians. These are the hallmarks of a tyrant on the ropes and a tyrant who is losing. Labour stands with our friends in Ukraine, and with our unshakable commitment to NATO, the Minister knows that on this side of the House he has our full support for the actions the government is taking to help Ukraine win. Yesterday's missile attacks on civilians are a significant escalation. The NATO Secretary-General was right when he described the attacks as horrific and indiscriminate. Ministers have Labour's full support in countering Putin's aggression. And in that spirit, can I ask him when he will set out a long-term strategy of support for Ukraine so we can make sure that Putin's war ends in failure? Can he confirm the NLAW replacement orders have now finally been placed? And when he expects to replenish our depleted weapons stockpiles? And what assessment has he made of the worrying statements by Lukashenko and the continued presence of Russian troops and armour in Belarus? I would also be grateful if the Minister could address the concerning media reports of the withdrawal of almost 700 British troops currently deployed to our NATO ally Estonia without any planned replacement. This risks sending the wrong message at the wrong time and has worried our international allies. Mr. Speaker, we cannot walk away until the job is done. With that in mind, can he reassure the House that he won't be withdrawing any further UK troops from our allies and that the UK will be meeting our NATO commitments? Finally, Mr. Speaker, as more bodies are unearthed in sites of war crimes, we remember them, and we remember those killed yesterday in Putin's criminal missile strikes. Does the Minister agree with me that the best justice for those killed is victory for Ukraine, a free and sovereign nation, and war crime tribunals for those responsible?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his kind comments at the start, and I look forward to working across the dispatch box on these vital issues. And in terms of his comments, Mr. Speaker, about the horrific war crimes that we've seen unfolding every time there is a Russian retreat, I think every decent human being is indeed appalled. I'm proud of the fact that the UK government is funding ICC, and that we will do everything we can to support Ukraine in bringing these horrific perpetrators of these crimes to justice. In terms of the postures from Lukashenko, I hope the honourable gentleman forgive me if I can come back to him in a written answer on those particular issues. In terms of Estonia, now the overall capability of our commitment in Estonia is far more important than the number of troops alone, and we've committed to strengthen this capability over the forthcoming years. I was in Estonia, indeed Latvia and Lithuania in my previous role in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I've seen firsthand the work that continues and takes place there, and all of our NATO allies can be reassured that we are committed to making sure that the NATO front line is secure, and we work with colleagues, and that will be a variation in how that is put about. Of course, in terms of the support, honourable gentleman would notice that my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence, has indeed set up the International Support Fund. This country contributed £250 million to that. I believe the total figure is now somewhere above €400 million, and that is indeed in place to help support Ukraine as this war moves forward, as the conflict carries on, so that they can use that money not just in the conflict, but to help rebuild and, of course, make sure that they've got the ammunition supplies and things they need going forward. In terms of NLAW and our weapons supply, we are confident that our industrial supply chains are working with us, and that we'll be able to make sure that we've got the ability to defend ourselves and support, but we don't comment on operational capability beyond that.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I just say to my right honourable friend, first of all, welcome him to his position. Can I also say to him that what's happened over the last few days is a war crime, if ever there was a war crime, and I do hope that the government and the whole of the alliance will pursue this now and commit to the pursuance of all those responsible for the deliberate targeting of civilian areas. There can be no respite, and we should be sanctioning anybody that we think has had anything to do with it. Can I say to him, however, with regards to the question, that I agree that ambiguity is not the same as no plan. The purpose of what Putin is doing right now is to split the alliance. Everything he does is to split the alliance. What he wants from us is for part of the alliance to get wobbly and worried about the potential use of nuclear weapons and start calling for negotiations. So the critical issue here is all of the alliance united and must remain united on the idea that we have a plan, but it's for his case to judge whether or not we would ever use nuclear weapons, not for us to say whether we would and the alliance would stay together.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for his kind comments. And if I can first of all just focus on his comments about nuclear rhetoric. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we've seen this pattern before. President Putin uses it as a sabre to rattle to indeed try to worry and deter our efforts and distract our efforts in Ukraine. And it simply won't work, because fundamentally NATO is a defensive alliance, and it's a nuclear defensive alliance, and it will be all the time that nuclear weapons exist, and it's one which has been successful, and it's one that President Putin should take notice of. So I think what is important at this moment in time, when we talk about perhaps the nuclear sabre rattling, is that we stay calm, that we analyse the situation as it is, and we really demand that he steps back from this dangerous nuclear rhetoric, so there cannot be any miscalculation on any side as we move forward. Just in terms of war crimes, Mr. Speaker, I fundamentally agree. We will do everything to bring to justice those who have perpetrated these horrific crimes which go against every aspect of the Geneva Convention. Every day this war goes on, more and more war crimes are committed.
MP spokesperson Dave Duggan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm also pleased to welcome the new Minister to his place. These barbaric attacks by Russia on Ukraine's civilian population and infrastructure, together with their extremely unwelcome nuclear rhetoric, demonstrate the renewed urgency with which Ukraine's defensive capabilities need to be upgraded, particularly in terms of air defence like that which Germany is sending and that which the United States are also sending. So what anti-air assets is the UK sending, and how can this be accelerated and increased? Is the UK, moreover, like Estonia, preparing to send more winter equipment to assist defensive operations in Ukraine throughout their long, harsh winter? And similarly, what further assistance will the world-leading cold weather combat specialists 4-5 Commando based in Arbroath be tasked with to support Ukraine Defence forces with their winter combat operations? And the Minister sought to justify, or attempted to justify, the halving of numbers in Estonia by saying that this is not a numbers game. But of course, force strength is all about the numbers. And I wonder how he thinks they'll be viewing that in Estonia and in Moscow. Perhaps the Minister can explain to the House what recent behaviour from Russia has indicated a lessening threat to our NATO allies on the eastern flank, and from whom the UK appears to be shamelessly walking away.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, first of all, thank the honourable gentleman for his kind comments. In terms of Estonia, this isn't about the UK walking away from a NATO ally. This is about NATO defence and NATO operations that vary over time, and that we work with our allies. And as I say, I've been to these countries very recently. I've seen the exercises that take place and how we play part of that. And I don't think we should focus down on just one particular area and try to suggest that we've walked away. We have not done that. In terms of his air defence questions, of course, we have got Stormer vehicles, we have got Starstreak missiles, and we remain committed to delivering to Ukraine what it needs and when it asks for, and how that can best be tactically used. And those operational capabilities are a constant conversation between the Ukrainian government and the British government. And in terms of cold weather preparation, again, we are working exceptionally closely with the Ukrainians to supply them in the equipment and training that they need to get through this winter.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Speaker, I'm delighted to see my right honourable friend in his place, and he's quite rightly talked about the coalition of countries who have been helping Ukraine defend itself, including the United Kingdom, something of which we should be very proud. But can he also confirm that Iran has now supplied Mahajir 6 and Shahed variant UAVs to Russia? And can he tell us what other countries are giving logistical support and weaponry to Russia in its war of choice against the Ukrainian people?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I hope you forgive me if I cannot answer that question directly at the dispatch box today, but I will write to him when I have the facts and the answers.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday I was talking to Natalia, a Ukrainian teacher who came to my constituency with her 7-year-old twins when the war broke out. She watched in horror over the weekend as bombs rained down on her home city of Kyiv. Her husband and mother are hiding in a bomb shelter. But Natalia's 6-month placement under the Homes for Ukraine scheme is at an end, and she is terrified of having to return with her children. So can the Minister tell us what conversations he has had with his colleagues in the Home Office and Housing and Local Communities to ensure that those who have fled war are not now facing homelessness as placements come to an end?
Well, the honourable lady does raise a very important issue, one which has been repeated, and if she could send me the exact details, I will talk to colleagues in the Home Office.
Mr Speaker, the events on the edge of Ukraine have got more and more alarming over the last few days, and clearly there's a major role for NATO in their efforts to try and bring things back to a peaceful situation. But what information can the Minister in his new place, for which congratulations, can he share with us today about talks that we've had with other countries like China and India who may have useful leverage on Putin?
Well, of course, the situation in Ukraine, Mr Speaker, is indeed a government-wide situation and one which involves the Foreign Office as much as it does the MOD. Those relationships are certainly ones that sit within the Foreign Office, and I'm sure that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, will have heard the comments of my honourable friend today.
Larry Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Does the government regard the Kerch Bridge, which of course links Russia and Ukrainian territory seized by Russia in 2014 and which was attacked over the weekend, as a legitimate military target? And would he care to contrast that target with the pictures we saw yesterday of a large missile crater in Kiev right next to a children's playground?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and of course Crimea is Ukrainian territory which has been invaded, and how indeed any allegation of what happened at the bridge behind the attack is one for the Ukrainians to answer. But in terms of his comments about what happened at Kyiv, it is a war crime. It is simply a war crime, and the people responsible for that, we will do every effort to hunt them down and bring them to justice.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is a reassuring presence at the dispatch box, and I congratulate him on his recent appointment to his post. Does he agree with me that all that will deter Putin from the use of nuclear weapons will be the thought, A, that they may be ineffective, and B, that they will not result in the West withdrawing its military support for Ukraine, which is what has enabled it successfully to resist so far? So is it not imperative on the West to make it clear that that support will continue? And did he note the remarks of General David Petraeus, who said that Western support in conventional terms would be redoubled if any such move were made by Putin?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for his kind comments. And indeed, General Petraeus really just outlines the situation overall, that NATO is united. It is a defensive force. It is a nuclear defensive force. I'm proud that this country has had a constant at-sea nuclear deterrent for almost 54 years, something which statistically is deemed to be impossible, but something we have achieved and continue to achieve. And that acts as a major counterbalance to any leader of a country who may be thinking that nuclear weapons may be something to use. It's been shown that the policy works. We have to, though, calm down and take the air out of the talk about where we are moving with the nuclear rhetoric. It is highly irresponsible of the Kremlin to be upping the rhetoric on nuclear weapons, and I hope that they draw back from those comments, because the last thing we would want to see is any miscalculation, and we must make sure that we do everything to take it out. But fundamentally, to answer my right honourable friend, the NATO alliance is showing just how united it is and will stand up to this level of nuclear threat.
Forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the right honourable member for Bournemouth East for tabling this urgent question on the enormously important issues that we've been discussing. I must disagree with his suggestion in newspapers today that we reconsider no-fly zones over Ukraine's cities and critical national infrastructure and expediting Ukraine's membership of NATO. Putin is ever weaker at home in Russia, while this is a failed operation in Ukraine against Ukraine. His popularity could grow significantly in Russia if his attempts to paint this as a NATO-Russia conflict are successful. So can the Minister outline what further steps the government intends to ensure that we and all of our NATO allies are as one in deciding what additional support can be provided to Ukraine?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his comments. I think his attitude towards no-fly zones and NATO membership are based in a reality, and I think that what we are seeing is the NATO alliance and other allies around the world determined to give the support that we can give to Ukraine. There's no suggestion of backing down that support, and we have support from outside
of NATO allies. It's an international coalition which are helping to train Ukrainian troops, helping to contribute towards the international funds, and indeed, of course, supplying lethal and non-lethal aid, and that alliance is growing stronger.
David Mundan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to my register of interest. During the recess, I had the opportunity to travel to Lviv and Kyiv to see the work of the Halo Trust, which is a charity based in my constituency which focuses on demining and attempting to bring areas back to a degree of normality. I was struck by two things in Ukraine. One was the gratitude of the people for the support of this country during the conflict, but secondly, by their efforts to bring about a degree of normality. And does the Minister agree with me that this weekend's events are a deliberate attempt by Russia to disrupt that normality that civilians are trying to achieve in these cities and across the Ukraine? Does he acknowledge that they are indeed war crimes because they are focused on civilians? But does he also agree with me that, given the resolve that the people of Ukraine have shown to date, it will not succeed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and indeed, yes, I agree with what my right honourable friend has said. And indeed, I went to visit Ukrainians being trained by our forces in North Yorkshire last Tuesday, and I managed to speak to some who were on day one of their training. And what strikes you is, no matter what age they're at, their determination to make sure that their country, their sovereign land, their families and their lives will be returned to normal, and they will fight back against this enemy. But I completely agree with what my honourable friend said.
Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly congratulate the Minister. He looks very comfortable at the dispatch box. We don't want him to feel too comfortable there, obviously. But he's right that Putin's targets yesterday were either deliberate or they were deliberately indiscriminate, and either way that amounts to a war crime. But can I ask him about Elon Musk? Because he seems to be playing a double game at the moment, and his tweet earlier on this week, I think, was profoundly unhelpful. There are also questions about why there have been outages of the Starlink system, which may have been made bigger difficulties for Ukraine. Is there a moment at which we might have to consider sanctioning Elon Musk?
What I say is that sanctions remain under review at all times, and everything will be taken into consideration in the round. I think we must always make sure we're well aware of what all the facts are, not just react to social media, and then those things can be looked at, and whether any sanctions would be appropriate or not.
Thanks, Joel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I warmly welcome the Minister to his post. Today is Ukraine Day at Cheltenham Literature Festival, and this morning I had the extraordinary privilege of meeting musicians, poets, writers who've travelled from bombarded cities to come to Cheltenham to perform. Will he join with me in thanking the British Council and indeed Cheltenham Literature Festival for ensuring that our support isn't just military, but extends to supporting the culture of that great country too?
Well, I'm certainly delighted to do that, Mr. Speaker, and I know that my honourable friend will have been deeply involved with his constituents and the Ukrainians, and I know that his office will be giving them the warmest welcome possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Putin's murderous actions over this weekend are a surefire sign of his desperation. His desperation partly comes from the host of desertions we're seeing from the Russian military and an army thought to be his pride that is actually in retreat. But does the Minister agree with me that we need to be making the point that every single person in Russian uniform who commits a war crime will be sought, not just those who were in positions of power, and also that we should be doing everything we can to increase the scale of Russian desertions and undermine Putin's campaign in that way?
Yes, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I completely agree with what he's just said. And, you know, I don't think we can at all underestimate the scale of the atrocities that are being committed as war crimes. There are many members in this House who have served in the military. There are many members in this House who have been in the battlefield. They are trained to the laws of the Geneva Convention, to the laws of the battlefield, as are many people in the Russian, and certainly the Russian leaders will know those laws. And there are consequences to that. And I'm proud that we are putting funding and investment and resources into the ICC to bring these people to court. And I think that whatever we can do, I know would have the support across the House, because we have to. We have to say that it doesn't matter who you are. If you're a squaddy to a general, if you've committed a war crime, we will find you, we will send you to prison. And if you don't believe that, we are still sending former SS officers who are almost in their hundreds to prison today.
James Gray. Mr. Speaker, the Russian doctrine of escalate to de-escalate almost certainly means that when the rats are cornered, and the rat Putin and his rat-like friends are cornered right now, they will lash out. That's all without any question at all. And that won't, I hope the Minister's right in thinking that won't necessarily be nuclear lash out, and I think it probably is quite unlikely. We must be ready for it if it is. But there's so many other ways you could do so with regard to cyber, with regard to chemical and biological weapons, with regard to economic weapons. And it might well be covert operations beyond Ukraine, not necessarily in Ukraine itself. So what preparations the MOD make, I don't want details, because quite rightly he won't tell us, but I hope that the MOD are making careful preparations for all sorts of hybrid warfare which may well now occur and may well be in place other than Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and indeed he raises points that we spoke about many times in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and so he'll be well aware that chemical, biological, hybrid warfare, cyber warfare are certainly as much in military planning and strategy as indeed our nuclear weapons. Huge amounts of resources go into cyber capability and those areas. Indeed, part of the memorandum that the former Prime Minister signed with Finland and Sweden was to give support in those areas if they were to be attacked. And so overall, I can assure my honourable friend that all of these issues are discussed in the round. I couldn't comment on the specific operational capabilities, but I hope I can reassure him that these issues are treated just as seriously.
Laura Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I went to Kyiv with a group of other parliamentarians, and no conversation that we had there didn't include justice and taking all of these war criminals to court. Can the Minister say what discussions he has had about not just freezing assets, but seizing and repurposing and using those assets to rebuild Ukraine, and discussions about a special tribunal to work alongside the ICC to prosecute the act of aggression and bring more perpetrators to justice?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady and the intent of her question. I've not had those discussions. I'm obviously early into the role, but I will certainly take the comments back to other ministers. I think overall it's something that goes into the round of allies and the international community and how we approach, because it's not just this country who is seizing assets and sanctions, and it's not just this country who will be involved in the ICC and how we take it forward. But I can't answer a question specifically, but I'm sure other colleagues have heard it, and if you'd like to write me more details, I'd be happy to respond to them.
Jonathan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Russia loses on the battlefield, they seem to be engaging in retribution through missile attacks on civilian areas. When the all-party group recently went to Kiev, the Defence Minister said to us that if refugees are going to be encouraged to move back to Ukraine, if IDPs are going to be encouraged to move back to reoccupied areas, then the question of defence against missile attack will become absolutely essential. I know that other countries are now looking at this very seriously and providing. Are we going to be providing anti-air support, anti-missile support as well?
Minister.
Well, we are indeed already supplying levels of air support, and I think it remains relevant to what I said earlier, that we will continue to work with the Ukrainians and work with them to try and deliver what they need to try and defend their country. But we are indeed supplying air defence systems already.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do wish the Minister well as he takes up his new role. He is right to say that we have engaged and we are responding to the requests from Ukraine, but he should know that when we provided starstreaks and NLAWs that are made in my constituency, we did so in the face of a request for the imposition of a no-fly zone, and we didn't go that far. And even though we are giving surface-to-air missiles and air defence capabilities, Ukraine is still today and yesterday asking for more. The US this morning have announced that they are going to provide new HIMARS systems to provide greater air defence capacity. But can the Minister give us an assurance, if not on the floor, that he will engage over the coming days to make sure that we are responding to the actual requests that Ukraine are making?
Minister. Well, we are indeed responding to as many requests as we can from Ukraine. In terms of no-fly zones, the policy of the government remains the same. It hasn't changed. But, you know, wars, conflicts, they develop over time. We're seeing large advances. We're seeing a change. We're going to see a change in the weather. We're going to see winter set in. All of these things create a different operational demand that may have been taking place 3 months ago. And so therefore we work closely with our Ukrainian colleagues to try and deliver to them what they need to successfully carry out this operation.
Does my right honourable friend agree with me that despite President Putin's heightened rhetoric and threats to irresponsibly use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, this may actually be just further maskirovka? And his track record shows that in desperation he's far more likely to resort to chemical weapons. And what should NATO's response be to that?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and indeed I think he characterises the actions of President Putin quite well, and how he reaches out to desperation. I think the reality is that NATO treats all weapons of mass destruction with the same seriousness, that operationally these things are discussed constantly and how they will respond. And again, Mr. Speaker, I have to perhaps disappoint my honourable friend, but say it would be foolish to outline exactly what responses would be to any weapon of mass destruction, because we need to make sure that if he doesn't know what the consequence would be, he really can't calculate along those lines to use them in the first place.
Diana Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister on his new role? Can I just add further to the question that was put by my honourable friend for Lewisham West and Penge, whether there's been any discussions with the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, who are responsible for the Homes for Ukraine scheme, and the fact that many councils are worried that they're going to have to deal with homelessness from many of the Ukrainians who are here on that scheme.
I'm grateful to the right honourable lady, but that's not something that's come across my desk at this stage of things, but it is something which we will make sure that the Home Office and DLUG do pick up on.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister to his new role? Specifically in response to the war in Ukraine, the Prime Minister made a commitment to update the integrated review, and we now know that Professor John Bew is leading a process from Downing Street that aims to report before Christmas. Given the concern that has been expressed from members right across the House about the potential loss of capability and the loss of personnel, does the Minister think that it would be prudent not to make any cuts to defence until we know what the outcome of that review is going to be?
Well, as the honourable gentleman knows, it's a commitment of the government to indeed increase spending on defence, move to 3% by the end of the 2030s, 2.5% of the way. But of course, we've already increased defence spending by £24 billion in real terms since 2020, and there are no plans to cut that defence budget at this time.
Mike Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister to his place. I had a conversation today with the Local Government Association, who informed me that 1,915 Ukrainian families are presented as homeless. Again, raising the points my honourable members have raised. Again, I'll press the Minister to have urgent conversations with the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, and indeed the Home Office Minister as well. It really is life and death for many, and it'll help motivate the troops in Ukraine. Thank you.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and my colleagues and I will indeed take up the issues that are being raised on the floor of the House with the relevant departments, and we'll make sure that those conversations are taking place.
Wilson.
Speaker, under Putin, Russia has become a terrorist state and a terrorist sponsoring state, whether it's killing people in our own country who they regard as dissidents, blowing up infrastructure, and now, of course, rape and pillage across Ukraine. And the latest act of terror, of course, is terror from the skies. Can the Minister give us an assurance that he will work with our own government and with governments across Europe to ensure that if there are no-fly zones imposed across Ukraine, then at least we will provide them with the necessary defences to ensure that the terror from the skies is dealt with and dealt with effectively.
Yes, I mean, indeed, I can give that assurance to the honourable gentleman, because that indeed is what we are doing. As I made clear earlier on, the government's position on no-fly zones remains unchanged, but we are delivering air defence capability to the Ukrainians. We will continue to deliver that capability along with other international allies, and as I know the honourable gentleman appreciates, there is a mix of equipment which is going into Ukraine from various different allies, and that has to be in a reaction to what the Ukrainians need. And so I think if I could just try and give him the reassurance that what the Ukrainians need on the ground, we are doing everything we can across all international partners to try and deliver.
Bill Coyle.
Yeah, can I also congratulate the Minister on his new role, but given the situation in Ukraine and wider volatility, will the Minister at least agree to review the decision to remove UK forces from Estonia, or is he unable to do so because it forms part of wider armed forces cuts by his government that is alarming our allies, undermining our security and directly breaching and breaking a Conservative manifesto commitment from 2019?
As I made clear earlier on, the reality is that we remain committed to the NATO alliance and what NATO needs and where resources need to be placed at time and when. This is not, the UK has not withdrawn from Estonia. We are still involved in Baltic states. We're involved in the Joint Expeditionary Force. We're involved in the forward presence. We are involved in the Baltic states, and it is not fair to say that Britain is walking away from these countries, because we're simply not.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Minister? He's doing very well, I think, this morning. But can I say that this is probably the most perilous time that I can remember as a long-standing member of this House. It's perilous, it's dangerous, and we should be very careful. Can I tell him also that when he said, let's lower the rhetoric, and let's show quiet determination. And on that note, could we just see more presence with the United States, with the rest of the NATO allies, meeting together, having that quiet assurance, absolutely firm against, because this weekend, as we see the shift politically of Russia to the extreme right, for the appointment of a new general in charge, we are in perilous times.
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words? Somebody of his experience, it's kind to come from him, and indeed he's absolutely right to speak about the real danger that the world is in right now, and the raising of the nuclear rhetoric by Russia, which does need to be brought back. I think the most important thing in defence and international affairs is patience, calmness and deterrent. And I think that not outlining clearly what our reactions would be is an important part of deterrent. He's absolutely right that it is important that we carry on working with allies, and of course the Secretary of State for Defence will be meeting with other defence ministers shortly, and all of these issues are around making sure that we are united, making sure we have the best strategy, and of course, and I hope this reassures the honourable gentleman, trying to de-escalate some of the terrifying consequences that we can all imagine, but that we hope we continue with what has been successful policies for decades now and calm the rhetoric down.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to welcome the Minister to his place. Following the dreadful attacks this week, many Ukrainian families in Britain will understandably be thinking again about when they'll return home. Further to the questions that were asked by my honourable friend for Lewisham and Penge and for Hull West, what support is the government now considering, in addition, both for councils but also for local Ukrainian community centres in the UK, who are doing so much to support families at this very difficult time?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. And as I said earlier, it's not a question I can answer from the dispatch box, but I will look into that and I will respond to the honourable gentleman in writing.
Margaret Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reports of nuclear plant employee Valery Martinyuk being kidnapped by Russian forces and facing potential torture, what support are the UK providing to secure his release?
Well, of course, we're getting back into the question of these horrific war crimes that are taking place, Mr. Speaker, and we are working as closely as we can with international allies in that area. It is, of course, a diplomatic issue as well as a MOD issue, but across the alliance we are determined that the perpetrators of kidnapping, the perpetrators of mutilation, these are clearly defined in the Geneva Convention as war crimes. We will prosecute, as the Honourable Member for Chesterfield made clear earlier on, whether it be the most junior rank or the most senior officer, we will pursue everybody. And they should know that, and they should know the fear that if you are going to commit these crimes, the international community will pursue you. It is still pursuing Nazi war criminals, it is still bringing them to justice, it is still imprisoning them. We won't stop.
And finally, the new grandfather, Jim Shannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always good to know that the Shannon name is growing, and obviously that'll help in 18 years' time whenever we comes to vote. Just to say, can I welcome the Minister to this place and wish him well, and also thank him for his answers. But will the Minister outline if an assessment has been done as to how effectively the food and medical supplies are entering into the communities who are on the outskirts of battle zones, and how further we can step up to help these Ukrainian citizens fighting for freedom and liberty, and indeed for their very lives?
Well, first of all, may I congratulate the honourable gentleman on the new addition to his family, and I know that his grandchild won't have any problem in having someone to give them a bedtime story. In terms of the question he specifically asked, he will appreciate that is more of a technical question, and I will seek to answer him in writing on those specific details.
I think it would be an adjournment if it was. Order. Nominations closed at 3:30 for the elections of the chairs of the Science and Technology and Foreign Affairs Committee. For the chair of the Science and Technology Committee, one nomination has been received. A ballot will therefore not be held for this position. So I now congratulate Greg Clark on his election as chair of the Science and Technology Committee. 4 candidates have been nominated for the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. The ballot will take place from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. in the I lobby. We now come to the next urgent question. Teresa Villiers.
I ask the Foreign Secretary if he will make a statement about the representations he has made to the Iranian authorities about ongoing protests regarding the death of Mahsa Amini.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Mahsa Amini in Iran was a shocking reminder of the repression faced by women in Iran. The protests that have followed across the country show us that the Iranian people are not satisfied with the path that their government has taken. I commend the bravery of ordinary Iranians seeking to exercise their right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression in the face of appalling police violence. We condemn the Iranian authorities' crackdown on protesters, journalists and internet freedom. The use of violence in response to the expression of fundamental rights by women or any other members of Iranian society is wholly unjustifiable. Yesterday, on the 10th of October, we announced sanctions on senior security and political figures in Iran and the so-called morality police. We have sanctioned the morality police in its entirety, as well as both its chief, Mohammad Rostami Chesme Gachi, and the head of the Tehran division, Haj Ahmed Mizari. For decades, the morality police have used the threat of detention and violence to control what Iranian women wear and how they behave in public. The UK is also imposing sanctions on 5 leading political and security officials in Iran for committing serious human rights violations in suppressing fuel protests in Iran in 2019. The UK already maintains sanctions designations against a further 78 individuals and 1 entity under our Iran human rights sanctions regime. In all, there are over 200 sanctions designations in place against Iran, including in relation to human rights, nuclear proliferation and terrorism.
These protests show that there are thousands of women in Iran who are not prepared to put up with violent human rights abuses? Will the UK government stand with these brave women as they call for justice, for freedom and for democracy? Will ministers meet opposition groups? Will they ban the IRGC? And will they rule out sanctions relief under the JCPOA process?
Minister. Well, as the Foreign Secretary said, the protests send a clear message that Iranian people are not satisfied with their path their government has taken. Iranian leaders must now listen, and of course we stand by those people. The use of violence in response to the expression of fundamental rights by women or any other members of Iranian society is wholly unjustifiable. We obviously continue to keep everything under review. The UK has called for a full and transparent investigation into the shocking death of Mahsa Amini.
Shadow Minister Bambos Chorrell.
Like many in this House, I've been heartened to see the bravery of the protesters in Iran these last few weeks, particularly from women and girls who are spearheading these protests. Iran has a young population, and it's a population that is clamouring for change against an oppressive regime, which aims to restrict liberty and the vitality of its people. On this side of the House, we stand in solidarity with those protesting for an end to state violence from the morality police, and in solidarity with the friends and family of Mahsa Amini and all those killed and injured in the protests. These protests are about more than compulsory hijab. They're about ordinary Iranian people's demands for their fundamental freedoms to live their lives as they choose. We're seeing a flourishing of Iranian civil society, and the UK must support this. I'm pleased that the government has increased the sanctions on Iran following the Labour Party's calls to do so. But the UK must do more to support Iranian civil society and independent journalism. BBC Persian Radio, despite being illegal, is accessed by millions of Iranians, yet the BBC has announced that it will be closed down. I ask the Minister, what is the government doing to support access to independent news in Iran? If the current regime in Iran ends, the UK government needs to be ready to work with Iranian partners. The UK today should be building links with progressive forces within Iran, supporting all those who speak up for human rights. So can I ask the Minister to tell us how the UK intends to build relationships within Iranian civil society? There is a sense that change is coming, and we need to be on the right side of history.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments and agree very much with his sentiment. And BBC Persia is a legitimate journalistic organisation with editorial independence from the UK government, and we condemn some of the things that have been happening with regard to the persecution of family members, employees, ex-employees of BBC Persia, and it is very important that they continue their work, and of course we are continuing to support the BBC and the BBC World Service in that. In terms of, we're very concerned by Iran's human rights, its record on human rights. We raise human rights at all appropriate levels and opportunities within the Iranian government at all levels at all times, and we will continue to take action with the international community to press Iran to improve its poor record, including through Human Rights Council in Geneva and the UN General Assembly in New York. But of course, their record has been of serious concern for a long time to the UK, and we will continue to work with the Iranian government and others at all levels.
Liam Fox.
While the malignant regime in Iran is terrorising women in that country as they seek basic human rights, they have also been shipping drones to Russia to help them suppress the human rights of people in Ukraine. Given that Iran Air, an instrument of the Iranian state, was used to take those drones to Russia, and given the activities that we've seen in recent weeks on the streets of Iran, isn't it time that the government banned Iran Air from flying to UK airports? An instrument of the Ukrainian state should not freely be operating in the United Kingdom, given their behaviour, which insults the norms of international law.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and indeed wish him luck with his position as chair of the Foreign Select Committee. We cannot comment on future sanctions, including banning planes at this point. I apologise, we cannot comment specifically on future sanctions.
SNP spokesperson Kirsten Oswald.
Mr Speaker, the SNP condemns the Iranian regime's violent crackdown on protesters, women in particular, in the strongest possible terms, and we're deeply concerned by their vow to further crack down with no leniency, which seems an ominous indication of further mistreatment. The bravery of Iranian citizens, particularly Iranian women, is inspiring, and we stand in full solidarity with them. We would like to hear from the UK Government explicitly recognising the death of Mahsa Amini as femicide, and I'm also keen to understand how the UK Government intends to go forward with international partners, for instance in calling for an independent investigation and raising the mistreatment and killing of protesters at the UN level. And Mr Speaker, we'd also welcome clarity on how the UK Government is able to support the free flow of information to help protect protesters, particularly women, and on what plans are in place to support ethnic minorities such as Kurds amidst the regime crackdown.
As I have mentioned before, the UK has called for a full and transparent investigation into the murder of Mahsa Amini. We continue to work, including with our international partners, to explore all the options for addressing Iran's human rights violations. And as you know, we never comment on future possible designations or future work that we're doing, but we will continue to work very closely with our international partners.
Duncan Smith.
Speaker, can I just say to my right honourable friend that I think somehow that the government's got itself into a position of being conflicted over its position with regards to Iran. This terrible case of this, basically a murder of this young woman, calls into question all of the actions of Iran across a wide spectrum. We talk about the morality police, but it's not the morality police, it's the Iranian government that has imposed this desperate situation on Iran. Will she now say that the government will pursue full criminal actions against essentially the appalling abuses that are taking place and take this to the United Nations at once?
Minister.
Well, of course, I understand the request from my honourable friend, but at this point we cannot comment on any further actions that we will take. We have clearly condemned the Human Rights Act record, we've clearly condemned the murder, and we've clearly asked for a full and transparent investigation.
Valerie Vaz.
Mr Deputy Speaker, brave young women are being beaten to death just for wanting to be women and to conserve their human rights. But we have British citizens, Morad Tabaz and Mehran Raouf, who are still incarcerated in Iran. What is the British government going to do to release them?
Of course, we have ongoing discussions about many different cases, but I'm afraid I'm not able to comment on those at this point.
Philip Drummond.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the death of Mahsa Amini is a tragedy, and once again Iran has shown a disregard for women's rights. Women should be able to make their own decisions and not live in fear. Would my honourable friend agree with me that every woman and man around the world should act in solidarity and speak out loudly and support women in Iran, but also in other countries like Afghanistan, where women are repressed? And what more can we do to support them?
Yes, I completely agree with my honourable friend. And the UK has joined the international community in clear condemnation of Iran's response to the protests. My noble friend Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon released a statement on the 21st of September. On the 28th of September, Lord Ahmed also condemned publicly the shocking police violence against protesters. We've summoned Iran's most senior diplomat in the UK to the FCDO on the 3rd of October. In a statement on the 3rd of October, the Foreign Secretary underlined how the UK is working with our partners to hold Iran to account, and on the 5th of October the Foreign Secretary underlined in remarks to the media that the Iranian leadership should take note that the people are unhappy with the direction, and of course we then had the follow-up action with sanctions. So there has been a number of parts to the action, but I'm afraid I can't comment any further at this stage.
Sarah Champion.
Deputy Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the women and girls who are protesting just to be recognised and respected in Iran. Following the deaths of at least 185, including 19 children, what steps is the Foreign Secretary taking to work with the Iranians and with international partners to secure justice and also to make sure it is safe for women and girls in Iran?
Well, in his statement announcing the sanctions on the 10th of October, the Foreign Secretary said that the UK stands with the people of Iran and underlined that we will hold its government to account for the repression of women and girls and for the shocking violence inflicted on its people. And, of course, we have called for that full and open and transparent investigation.
Can my right honourable friend confirm that the UK government will hold Iran's government fully responsible for all their human rights abuses, be they past, present or in the future?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very good point. Iran's human rights record has long been of serious concern to the UK, and the FCDO has designated it as one of its human rights priority countries. The continued use of the death penalty, weak rule of law and restrictions on freedoms of expression, religion and belief are deeply worrying.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm sure the entire House would thank the Minister for their words regarding the brave actions by the indomitable women of Iran. I was also glad to be at SNP conference at the weekend where members passed a motion condemning the death of Mahsa Amini by acclaim. But I wonder if I'd ask the Minister, therefore, if they are wondering as a government that is now planning to make it UK policy to condemn all countries across the Middle East who use the pretence of morality to police the bodies of women and to compel them to wear certain coverings.
Well, of course, we continue to work with many, including our international partners, on many countries where we see human rights and human rights violations, but we do not comment on operational matters or ongoing discussions.
Jonathan Ginobili.
Speaker, can I congratulate the Minister and the Government on this decisive and meaningful action that's been taken on sanctions? Sanctions often work best when done on a multilateral basis, so could she say a little bit about what contacts she or the government are having with other countries in order that we concert the action on sanctions?
My honourable friend makes a very good point, and the UK has been robust in its response to Iranian repression of protesters. We have summoned the most senior Iranian diplomat in the UK to express our concern. We have engaged at senior levels in Iran, and yesterday we issued a new sanctions against a number of individuals responsible for human rights violations, but we expect other countries, including the EU, to follow suit in the coming weeks.
Well, I welcome the measures that the government has taken in terms of sanctions, but I think the Minister should take a leaf out of the book of the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green. Instead of treating Ibrahim Raisi as if he's an elected head of state, what we should be doing is referring him to the United Nations for being a mass murderer. This man is responsible for the death of between 5,000 and 30,000 people, on the basis that he described them as enemies of God, his God. Why don't we take appropriate action and make it obvious these are not people we can deal with? This is not a normal democratic elected regime. This is a bunch of mass murderers, and that's how we should respond to them.
Well, as I already outlined to my honourable friend, we cannot comment on this action or on any future discussions that we may have or take place.
Today is the International Day of the Girl, and of course everybody here in this chamber stands firm against the violent oppression of women in Iran. We have seen similar brutality in other countries, such as Afghanistan, where the Taliban cracked down on gender-based rights and where 53 Hazara girls were killed recently in a terrorist attack. Many women and girls will wish to flee these violent regimes for their own safety. Will the Minister support these women in Iran, Afghanistan and elsewhere by creating a dedicated UK asylum and resettlement route for women at risk of persecution solely for asserting their rights, which we take granted?
Well, thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We do continue to work closely with our like-minded partners to ensure that Iran is held to account, but also with other countries as well, including via the Human Rights Council in Geneva and the UN General Assembly in New York, and permanent representatives to the Human Rights Council in Geneva, Ambassador Simon Manley, has raised the death specifically of Mahsa Amini in the 51st session of the Human Rights Council, and he did call on Iran to carry out independent, transparent investigations investigations into her death. And we joined 52 other countries in a joint statement to the Human Rights Council urging restraint. And of course, we will continue to work with those partners when we see human rights abuses in other countries as well.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last month at Foreign Office Questions, I challenged the then Minister to follow our allies in the United States in prescribing the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. In reply, I got the usual Whitehall waffle. The IRGC is crucial to the survival of this appalling clerical fascist regime. So with these latest outrages, will this actually force the government to shame them into prescribing the IRGC now?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and we've been clear about our concerns about the IRGC's continued destabilising activity throughout the region. The UK maintains a range of sanctions that work to constrain the destabilising activity of the IRGC, and the list of prescribed organisations is kept under constant review, but we do not routinely comment on whether an organisation is or is not under consideration for prescription.
Shamora.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Many constituents have contacted me, awed by the bravery and determination of the women and girls of Iran and disgusted by the actions of the regime. Indeed, on Saturday, there was a large demonstration against the regime in the centre of Newcastle. Newcastle certainly stands in solidarity with the women of Iran. But the regime seeks to cut off the protesters from each other and from the wider world, using its control of communications, such as the internet, as well as fear and intimidation. So can she tell us what steps she is taking with our international allies to shine a light on what is happening in Iran, for example, through the International Criminal Courts, in the case of the murder of Mahsa Amini, or through an international independent committee of investigation?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I'm sure that there's many that have been shocked and indeed horrified at the scenes that we're witnessing today following the death of Mahsa Amini. As I said, the UK has called for a full and transparent investigation at this point, and we do condemn the Iranian authorities, not only the crackdown on protesters, but as the honourable lady points out, internet freedom, journalistic freedom, and Iranians must be able to peaceful assembly, to be able to protest and exercise restraint, and of course we've also called on them to release those that have been unfairly detained during the process as well.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was Dr. Martin Luther King who reminded us that none of us are free until we are all free. And the scenes that we have seen in Iran following the death of Mahsa Amini should remind us that women across the world are not yet free, which is why I welcome the sanctions laid out by the Minister. The Minister also acknowledged the work of BBC Persian and the importance. And one of the things I think will be particularly significant is in them expressing the solidarity that we've said here today to the women of Iran, and the women of Iran having access to the support that they have from across the world. So with that in mind, will the Minister take back to DCMS the importance of BBC Persian and ask them to reconsider the cuts that the BBC World Service, and that service in particular, is facing?
Well, I agree with the honourable lady that BBC Persia and the BBC World Service play a vital role in delivering high quality, accurate and impartial broadcasting across the globe. The FCDO is providing the BBC World Service with over £94 million annually for the next 3 years, supporting services in 12 languages and improvements to key services in Arabic, Russian and English. This is in addition to nearly £470 million. But of course the BBC is operationally and editorial independent from the government, and decisions on how its services are delivered are a matter for the BBC. But I think at the times like this, all of us see the value of some of these absolutely vital services, the BBC World Service, one of them.
Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On this International Day of the Girl, I stand in solidarity with every woman and young girl fighting for their freedom. Fighting for the freedom to be heard, fighting for the freedom to live, fighting for the freedom to have an education and achieve their ambition. We stand in solidarity with the women in Iran. The Minister outlined the sanctions that the government have taken so far on the Iranian authorities. How is the government going to ensure that these sanctions and the burdens of these sanctions don't fall on ordinary Iranians who are protesting at the killing of their sisters and girls?
Well, I mean, my honourable friend makes a very good point, and of course it is on the International Day of the Girl. I mean, many of us have been celebrating in events today, and I think that's why this is a shocking reminder of the repression faced by women in Iran, and to many young girls, it's a shock that this goes on in the world. And of course, you know, all of the measures that we have taken are there to put increasing pressure to say that, you know, the Iranian people are speaking, and their leaders must now listen. These protests are very clear, and their voices must be heard.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I don't know whether other members share my concern that the anger about what's happening in Iran on this side of the House is not reflected by the numbers on the other side, on the government benches. Maybe the lunches with the Prime Minister are overrunning. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these protests reveal a thriving opposition amongst Iranian people despite the oppression they are facing. So could I ask the Minister how the UK is building relationships with civil society in Iran, who may, of course, if the regime falls, go on to lead the country?
Well, of course, we continue to build our relationships in Iran at many different levels, and I understand there's a lot of activity on the delegated legislation right now, so the Honourable Lady will be delighted to hear that that is all going through. We are all very concerned by the human rights abuses, and at all appropriate opportunities we will raise and build those relationships to ensure that we can continue to take action with the international community and with our relations in Iran.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Masimi Amini was a Kurd, and many of those joining protests in Glasgow and Edinburgh are of the Kurdish community, and we should celebrate the contribution that the Kurdish community is making to life in these islands. Can I ask the Minister what discussions she's had with her Home Office counterparts on cases such as family reunion, expediting asylum interviews, given the current situation in Iran?
Hear, hear. Well, I regularly have conversations with the Home Office and the consular team on many different cases, but of course it wouldn't be right to discuss those here.
Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The sheer bravery of all the women and girls who've taken to the streets of Iran to fight for their freedoms is inspirational, I think, to all of us in this House. Does the Minister agree that the oppression that they face has nothing to do with so-called religious observance, but has everything to do with that age-old problem of men trying to tell women what they can and they cannot do?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his points that he's raised, but I think it also would be fair to say that we also should say and congratulate many of the men who have joined in those protests, which you know, is something that I know we have all observed and very much welcomed as well. It's a very important part of the change.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Of course, Mahsa Amini is her legal name, but her family name, her Kurdish name, is Gina. And I think we have to recognise that as well, because the Kurdish community in Iran are amongst the most persecuted group. My honourable friend has already asked about expediting asylum cases, but I'll ask the Minister again. There are many people here in our communities who are from a Kurdish background and indeed are Iranian human rights activists. What is the government going to do to expedite these asylum claims, given the barbarity of the regime that we are now witnessing?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. And of course, Iran must cease its indiscriminate bombardment of Kurdish towns, which has led to the loss of innocent lives and damaged civilian infrastructure. And those wholly unacceptable attacks are a violation of Iraq's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And they do demonstrate a repeated pattern of Iranian destabilising activity in the region, and we are very acutely aware of this and are working to improve this.
And Diana Johnson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could I just get the Minister to confirm that currently there are no legal or safe routes for any woman who would be fleeing persecution in Iran to enter this country and claim asylum?
I will reply to the Honourable Lady in writing of what legal and safe routes are available.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As has been commented, it is the UN International Day of the Girl, and I think that highlighting of the myriad of challenges that girls are facing should have been really front and central of the Minister's response today, because those women are an inspiration in Iran now to girls across the world. But I think the Minister hasn't been able to, beyond sanctions, say much about how the government is supporting the wider civil society. But it would be grateful if she could go back and perhaps consider more efforts from the UK government in supporting those incredibly brave girls and women in Iran at this time.
I totally agree with my honourable friend, and of course there is much activity and many continued activity, and we will continue to work to do all that we can, and of course to celebrate the UN International Day of the Girl, as well as I know many of us will have done today.
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is an important debate for the International Day of the Girl. Many constituents, many women have written to me who are inspired by the protests in Iran and shocked at the murder of Mahsa Amini. And stand in solidarity today with those women protesters. I have a 22-year-old daughter. She is able to wear what she chooses. She's able to protest as she chooses. She would not be in fear of being beaten up and murdered in prison. Has the Minister considered expelling the Iranian diplomats? This cannot be business as usual. And what more would have to happen before she did so?
Minister.
Well, of course, as the Honourable Lady would have heard in my statement, we haven't continued with business as usual. As of yesterday, the 10th of October, we did announce new sanctions on senior security and political figures in Iran and the so-called morality police. And we have sanctioned both the morality police in its entirety as well as its chiefs as well. So we have taken some actions. We know that there'll be other discussions with international partners, and we obviously keep things under review.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the heartfelt contributions from both sides of the House, praising the bravery of the women and girls protesting in Iran. Yet, on International Day of the Girl, we are sadly seeing women's rights being eroded in Iran and across the world. So will the Minister give a guarantee that any woman or girl fleeing Iran due to these human rights abuses will not be put on a plane to Rwanda if they seek refuge in this country?
Well, of course, what we do is we are there to support the rights of women and girls all across the world, and we will continue to do that through our work with the UN and others.
Barry Gardner.
The irony is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is a regime which, since the 16th of September, has killed at least 3 further young people in an attempt to prove to their population that they did not kill Mahsa Amini. The reduction of sanctions, the unfreezing of Iranian assets, would only serve to strengthen the regime and turbocharge its repression of young people like Mahsa Amini. So what assessment has the government made of the attempt by President Biden to revive the Iran nuclear deal, which would lead to such a reduction in sanctions?
Minister.
Well, we've also always been clear that Iran's nuclear escalation is unacceptable. It's threatening peace and security and undermining the global non-proliferation system. And we have kept that very separate in terms of considering our actions in both of these cases. We've always been clear to do that.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Zahra Siddiqui Hamadani and Elham Choudhar are 2 LGBTQ rights activists who have been sentenced to death in Iran. Amnesty International says that they were targeted due to their real or perceived sexual orientation and/or gender identity and their social media activities in support of LGBTI communities. Will the Minister commit to raising these cases with the Iranian government and demanding a stay of execution and that they're immediately released from detention?
I can confirm to the Honourable Lady that I'm aware of these cases, and these cases are under consideration.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Iranian regime isn't just guilty of routine brutality against exports, terrorist organisations in a whole raft of countries. The people who are protesting in Iran have provided an inspirational example to all of us, but we know there will be many others that are considering joining those protests, but are frightened to do so. It would send a very powerful message if the Minister could come to the dispatch box and tell us, in response to the question from the Honourable Lady from Chipping Barnet, what she is doing to build those relationships with potential alternative leaders in Iran. Can she tell us more? And can she give hope to those potential protesters that the UK government will support those who can show a better future for the people of Iran?
Well, the British government has a policy of not officially deciding. It is choosing Iran's government should be a matter for the Iranian people. And we make sure that we support, in particular, opposition groups in Iran, but we don't support any particular group.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for her response? But according to a report from the National Council for the Assistance of Iran, 400 largely female protesters have been killed and 20,000 arrested during the 4 weeks nationwide protest. This House must send the strongest condemnation of those killings and the mass arrests. Would the Minister recognise the Iranian people's right to self-defence and resistance in face of the deadly crackdown that particularly targets women, and the right to establish a democratic republic?
Minister.
Yes, as I've said many times, we absolutely strongly condemn the Iranian authorities' crackdown on protesters and journalists, and also on internet freedom as well. They must respect the right of their people, and they must release those that are unfairly detained, and there must be a free and fair investigation and transparent investigation into the murder, to the death of Mahsa Amini.
Alex Hobell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't know whether the Minister saw the interview this weekend between Beth Rigby and Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, which was gut-wrenching, emotional interview. In that interview, she said that what's happened to Mahsa Amini brings back memories of how helpless people are when they're in custody in Iran. She also said the world cannot turn a blind eye to what's happening in Iran. The government must act on human rights abuses. The uprising that we're seeing in Iran is supported by civil society organisations, not just in Iran, but in the Iranian diaspora around the world. What support is the UK government giving to the Iranian diaspora here and their civil society organisations, as well as those in Iran?
Minister.
Of course, it will bring back very much, and that interview very much showed us the plight that Nazanin herself found herself in for many, many years. And of course, the Foreign Office will continue to work both on those individual cases, but also within societies to ensure that we continually keep those relationships alive to basically, hopefully, defend the human rights of everybody around the world.
I'd like to thank the Minister for taking the urgent question and responding to a number of members, particularly, as was mentioned, this being the International Day of the Girl. We'll now move on to the 10-minute rule motion, the first of two today, on the sale of property sealed bids, and I call Sir Bill Wiggin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the sale of property by sealed bids and for connected purposes. The role of government is to ensure that markets work, that deals are fair and as transparent as possible. We make rules to ensure that unfair exploitation does not occur. This is clearly more important in land and property transactions, as these are usually the largest deals that most of us will ever do with our own money. Therefore, the purpose of my bill is to enhance transparency, reduce costs and opaque behaviour, and ensure that both buyer and seller are treated fairly by the estate agent. Let me say that despite the vast number of good agents, there are still some who think that using techniques to try to extort money is acceptable. Now, we know that when you buy a property, you would do a search and a survey before exchanging contracts. That's sensible and prudent. However, when you're asked to submit a best and final offer or a sealed bid, that is done to try and extract more money without any extra information being given. This is not in any party's interest except one, the agent, who has therefore made little or no effort to assist in the deal making as a broker indeed of any other transaction would expect to do. A sealed bid or private treaty sale will be suggested to a seller when multiple potential buyers are interested in purchasing the same property. Prospective buyers are invited to submit bids for the property through a secret ballot or through an invitation to submit a best and final offer. All bids are then supposed to be considered at once. The owner of the property and the estate agent then decide, behind closed doors, in an unclear and opaque process, who should be declared the winner. Agents are not bound by any legislation that sets out appropriate processes for how transparency following bids should be handled. Nor is there any later declaration of the price or any other useful information which would help the market. In fact, there are no credible statistics available recording how many sales take place by sealed bid. This demonstrates the overly relaxed nature of the regulations surrounding property buying. The system is therefore ripe for abuse and detrimental to the confidence of potential buyers. And I hope that this bill can generate real reform and encourage genuine transparency in the property market. It is inefficient with such a bidding process, that is the sealed bids process. The prospective buyer has no idea what their competitors have bid. To be eligible to submit a bid, one must go through the cost of searches and surveys, an expensive procedure. The average home buyer pays between £1,000 and £1,500 for conveyancing before exchanging contract. There are also other tedious undertakings like letters from your bank or lengthy pieces as to why you should be the best buyer. Bidders are required to do so much before even being considered for the property, and what do they get in return? Nothing but confusion, secrecy and unanswered questions. Buyers often find themselves in a frustrating and distressing circumstance. Either they find they've not bid enough, or they're never told what the winner paid. Or if successful, they can pay far over the asking price, often paying far more than that which the agent thought the property was worth. Great news for the buyer, great news for the seller and the estate agent, right up until the seller becomes a buyer, just leaving an agent who did not know his market with a larger commission having done less work. So it's not surprising they don't want more transparency, and it's no wonder this element of the market needs reform. Once a bid is submitted, a buyer can't really alter their offer. Estate agents will often tell buyers their offer is legally binding before exchanging contracts, and that may or may not be true, as it is subject to the survey clause. Supporters of sealed bids claim that it speeds up the buying process and discourages time wasters. But in many cases, either the buyer or the seller will attempt to renegotiate after their sealed bid has been accepted, therefore prolonging the process. According to Quick Move, now, in Q4 of 2021, 39% of property sales fell through due to the buyer changing their mind or attempting to renegotiate the offer. And when a property sale falls through, you not only lose the house or the flat, but also any money you've spent on applying for a mortgage, conveyancing, or a property survey. Government figures suggest that consumers waste £270 million each year from their transactions falling through. Failed transactions make moving house, already considered one of life's most stressful experiences, more frustrating and less practical. Research undertaken by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy suggests that consumers are extremely concerned over the weakness of regulation for estate agents, employing aggressive tactics designed to quickly close a deal, including practices such as gazumping. A system of sealed bids only encourages these harmful practices which waste time and wreck estate agents' reputations. And these practices artificially inflate the housing market. Often, estate agents will use the sealed bid process to pressure inexperienced sellers into accepting the highest bid with no regard to the circumstance of the buyer, whilst buyers are pressurised into submitting their very highest offer. I must keep saying that some estate agents are, by and large, good, honest people. However, the actions of a few can sully the industry, and the sealed bid and best and final offer only adds to this unfortunate perception. That is why reform is long overdue. But sealed bids don't just affect the housing market. In Herefordshire, the average price for prime arable land is £10,670 an acre. Agricultural land values in England have reached their highest level since 2016. During that time, the use of sealed bids for farmland has also increased. This is concerning for us as the price per acre of farmland is being artificially increased, and that in turn puts pressure on the price of food. Due to transport costs, The land next door is always more valuable to the local farmer than lands further away or to someone else living further away. That means that farmers are much more exploited and are much more vulnerable than any other type of property buyer, and this has to stop. How do we encourage new and young aspiring farmers to acquire land in this sort of opaque market environment? We have in this Parliament the ability to do far more for prospective home and farm buyers. Now we must find the will. We were elected on a key manifesto commitment to rebalance the housing market towards more home ownership. Home ownership is a fundamental Conservative value. Sealed bids and best and final offer messages do not rebalance the market, they seek to corrupt it. They are not the way to an open, transparent, competitive market. Indeed, they seek to stifle competition and transparency, artificially raising prices and hopes, meaning thousands of pounds are wasted. With this bill, I wish to see better regulation for the housing and property market, fairness to all prospective buyers and sellers, and transparency for an industry that has far too long operated in murky ways. This all starts with an end to the practice of sealed bids and best and final offers. Thank you.
Very much. Now is the opportunity if anybody wishes to oppose the 10-minute rule motion, but I've had no indication that anybody wishes to do so, and I see nobody trying to attract my attention, so I'll pose the question. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that can say aye. Aye. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr Ian Liddell-Granger, James Grundy, Dr James Davis, Andrew Rosendale, Sherilyn McCrory, Mr Mark Francois, Sally Ann Hart, Sir Edward Lee and myself.
Sir Bill Wigan.
Yeah.
Sale of property, sealed bids bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of November. 24th of March, sorry, I'm sorry. I just make it up.
Friday the 24th of March. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Shi Onwurah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the government to publish an assessment of incidences of bowel conditions and diseases, including an assessment of geographical and socio-economic disparities. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a hidden epidemic. A hidden epidemic this government is making no attempt to understand. A hidden epidemic which is devastating the lives of many in Newcastle Central. A hidden epidemic of bowel disease and bowel conditions in the North East. Now, bowel conditions are not a sexy subject. Needing the loo rarely is, though it can be a source of humour. I know that children are always fascinated to learn that there was a curtain around your chair, Mr Deputy Speaker, for over 600 years to enable speakers to relieve themselves during long sessions. Fortunately, we have moved on since then. But there is still a curtain around bowel conditions. That is why we're all so grateful for the much missed and tireless bowel babe, Dame Deborah James, who did so much to tackle the stigma surrounding diagnosis and care of people with bowel diseases. Bowel ill health has a significant impact on my constituents, leading to lives lost and stoma surgery which requires ongoing care and support. Mr Deputy Speaker, like members across the House, my primary concern is the well-being of my constituents. That is why, with so many of us, I attended the Stomas in Parliament event in July to better understand the impact of stomas on constituents' lives. It's also why in July I visited Richard Brady, consultant colorectal surgeon at Newcastle Hospital's clinical research faculty, to see how they are trialling innovative surgical products from the company Coloplast, which reduced the burden of leakage on stoma wearers. It was really fascinating to hear and see the reality of stoma wearing and changing, but I also learned of the difficulties confronting so many patients in Newcastle and the North East. One person living with a colostomy has told me he feels invisible to government. One who has had IBD since she was 16 and later ulcerative colitis has lost count of the amount of medications and surgeries she has had. Another, living with stage 3 bowel cancer, explained the frustration and embarrassment they felt in public spaces when a toilet was not available in shops. One patient said that during the first few months following her ileostomy, her stoma nurse felt like her only friend. Another, that she felt as though the world was crashing down when she was diagnosed with colorectal cancer after experiencing no symptoms. And one person living with a stoma told me his condition made him fear leaving the house, thus isolating him both from the people he loved and the things he loved to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the lived experiences of those with bowel diseases can be very distressing. Now, bowel diseases come in many forms. There is colon cancer, inflammatory bowel disease, Crohn's disease, diverticulitis, gastroenteritis, diverticular disease, colitis, and ileus, and many more. All these conditions impact patients differently, and each presents its own challenges. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the North East appears uniquely vulnerable to bowel ill health. Scientists believe that is because we have the perfect storm of contributory factors. So, according to the British Medical Journal, the North East has the highest rate of ulcerative colitis in the country, and the UK as a whole has the highest rate in Europe. The North East also has the highest rate of colorectal cancer in the UK, with 646 patients diagnosed per 100,000 people, 14% higher than London. The UK also has one of the lowest survival rates of colorectal cancer in high-income countries. Diverticulitis, where tiny bulges in the wall of the colon become inflamed, leading to severe pain, is another condition linked with many social factors more prevalent in the North East. One is smoking. 13% of the North East smokes, the highest rate in England. Another is obesity. In the North East, 34% of adults are obese, the joint highest rate in England. 29% of Year 6 children are obese, the second highest rate in England. And another critical factor is economic deprivation. And there again, following 12 years of Conservative economic mismanagement and neglect, the North East is particularly vulnerable. 2 in 5 children in the North East are living in poverty, the highest rate of any UK region. According to a recent survey poll, a third of people in the North East are worried they might have to use a food bank, the highest in the country. Access to primary care is also a factor, one which can be linked to poverty. If you're working 2 jobs to make ends meet, it's harder to get to the doctors. Other factors include Celtic heritage, lack of exposure to sunlight, and diets high in animal fat. The consequences of all these factors combined is that the North East suffers from the higher rates of bowel ill health. But despite this, the North East has lower rates of screening uptake. That means more advanced cases and higher rates of stomas, with ongoing care demands and a significant impact on people's quality of life. Now, as I've said, Newcastle Hospitals is a centre for innovative bowel disease treatment, with patients crossing the Pennines for support. But much more needs to be done by the government to highlight and address these unacceptable disparities in bowel illnesses. In answer to my parliamentary questions, the Department for Health told me they make no assessment of the regional disparities in the prevalence of bowel disease. So this bill would make patients living with these conditions visible in the NHS and government data sets, aiding treatment and identifying areas with higher prevalence of each condition. The government also told me that there were just under 2,000 newly formed stomas in 2021, But, Mr. Speaker, analysis of NHS patient activity data suggests the true number to be around 8 times higher than that, between 160,000 and 200,000. Government simply doesn't know what is happening. So we need legislation to better understand, identify, prevent and address bowel conditions, enabling us to better target investment and focus resources to reduce inequity across the UK. My bowel disease assessment bill would be the first step in addressing this issue not only for my constituents but for the country. The bill would include the statutory collection and reporting of statistics by region and by socio-economic indices. This data would be invaluable to all those involved in the treatment of bowel conditions. More importantly, it would help in supporting existing patients and contribute towards prevention and diagnosis of future patients. Better understanding will save lives. The bill would force the government to assess and ultimately address inequalities that have grown over 12 years of Tory neglect. 12 years of government mismanagement have resulted in record waiting lists for care and chronic staff shortages. Cancer waiting times worsened in every year prior to the pandemic, and according to Bowel Cancer UK, England is also poorer at diagnosing cancer at an early, more treatable stage than the best performing countries. That's why the next Labour government will undertake one of the biggest expansions of the NHS workforce and produce a long-term workforce plan for the NHS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people living with bowel conditions deserve to live in dignity. For this to happen, we need the stories and voices of patients to be seen and heard by the government. This bill will make that patient living with a stoma who said he felt invisible now visible to the NHS, visible to integrated care boards, visible to the Department of Health and visible to the government. I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill progresses today so that we can finally address this hidden epidemic which is affecting and cutting short the lives of so many in the North East.
I've had no indication that anybody wishes to oppose the bill, and I see nobody trying to gain my attention, so I will pose the question. And the question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Liz Twist, Mary Kelly Foy, Catherine McKinnell, Kate Osborne, Mrs Sharon Hodgson, Mrs Emma Llewellyn, Ian Lavery, Ian Mearns, Graham Morris and myself.
She Onwara.
Bowel Conditions Assessment Bill.
Second reading what day?
25th November.
The 25th of November. Thank you very much. So we now come to the motion relating to the Health and Social Care Levy Repeal Bill, allocation of time. Minister to move?
Move formally.
Nobody wishing to speak on that. So the question is, as on the order papers, may I have that opinion say aye? On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Health and Social Care Levy Repeal Bill, second reading.
Say now. Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. Let me start by reiterating that the central and defining mission of this government is growth. This government is completely and unashamedly committed to achieving that objective, economic growth. We're not committed to that, though, simply for its own sake or for some abstract reason. We're committed to growth because of the impact it will have in so many ways on people's lives. Higher wages. Growth brings higher wages, bringing prosperity to our constituents. Economic growth will create new and better paid jobs. And critically, Economic growth will create a sustainable tax base that will fund public services into the future. Without strong economic growth, we can't have well-funded health services, education and police. So it's quite clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that with economic growth, everyone benefits. Not in some trickle-down sense, but because it will elevate salaries for everybody, it will create jobs across the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, and it will generate the tax income that will fund our public services. And crucially, this growth agenda set out by the Chancellor 2 or 3 weeks ago will pursue growth in a way that is fiscally responsible. And on the 31st of October, in just under 3 weeks' time, the Chancellor will set out in detail how that will take place, buttressed by a full scoring and forecast produced by the Office for Budget Responsibility. Mr Deputy Speaker, the growth plan announced by the Chancellor just a fortnight ago is crafted to achieve 2.5% growth year on year. It aims to do so in a host of different ways. Firstly, through lower taxation, because with lower taxation, we incentivise companies to invest, we incentivise people to get into work, and we encourage companies and high potential individuals to choose to locate in the United Kingdom as opposed to somewhere else, because many successful companies and indeed successful people have a choice about where they locate, where they do business and where they work. And by having internationally competitive rates of personal and corporate taxation, we're encouraging them to make the choice to locate in the United Kingdom, all of which improves and increases economic growth. There's of course more to the growth plan than just that. We're working on infrastructure, whether it's road or rail or energy infrastructure, speeding up the development of that, supporting skilled employment, removing barriers to investment, getting the housing market moving, and by removing obstacles like the recent IR35 changes that have caused difficulties for many self-employed people and contractors. And critically, the growth plan moved at pace to help both households and businesses with the terrible crisis posed by Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine and its consequences for energy bills. Just a few weeks ago, households in the United Kingdom and businesses were faced with the realistic prospect of domestic energy bills going up to £5,000, £6,000, even £7,000 per year. But the energy price guarantee takes that possibility off the table, not just for 6 months, but for 2 years, ensuring the average household pays no more than £2,500. And there's, of course.
Does the Minister accept that, regardless of what has been done by the government, the fact is that my constituents can expect to pay double the energy price bills this year than they were paying last year?
Well, the energy price guarantee ensures the average household pays no more than £2,500 a year. The honourable member is right to say that or correct to say that is higher than average bills were this time last year, and that is why this very comprehensive package was put in place earlier this year. It amounts to a further £37 billion, and it ensures that for the households on the lower one-third of incomes, they receive £1,200 per year, which pretty much fills the gap the honourable member just described. And if I might say, the energy price guarantee combined with that £37 billion intervention is the kind of thing that we can do as a union, as a United Kingdom. That's the kind of thing we can do together that would be so much harder apart. I think it's one of the benefits of our precious union. Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a lot more in the growth plan. I'm not going to labour the points here because we're here to talk about the health and social care levy. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to him. Growth in Wales for a very long time, for many decades before and after devolution, has been based partly on the idea of attracting high-worth individuals to invest in Wales. I think the mixed results of that give me pause for thoughts as to that strategy. Does it do the same for him?
Well, I mean, I think we're going to deliver growth if we encourage people across the whole income spectrum, people doing jobs on lower incomes, people doing jobs on higher incomes, businesses big and small alike. We need to encourage the entire economy, which is why the tax cuts in the growth plan are broadly based, like the tax cut we are debating now. We need to encourage them all, and that includes companies and people who are internationally mobile. I used to be technology minister, and most technology businesses have a choice about where they locate. They're very internationally mobile. They could go to New York, they could go to San Francisco, they could go to Singapore, they could go, frankly, anywhere in the world. We need to make sure the United Kingdom, every part of it, is attractive to businesses like those, and the growth plan intends to create those conditions that make us attractive as a nation. Mr Deputy Speaker, yes, of course.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. He seems to have mentioned everything except the need for a healthy workforce. Now, local authorities, they spend £1.2 billion every year on social care needs caused by smoking, and that'll get more expensive if the government fails to address the tobacco issue. Now, this morning, the Health Secretary hinted that she'll actually do less, not more, to tackle the dangers of smoking. So will the Minister join me and press her to bring forward the tobacco control plan to help protect the health of the nation and save health and social care costs?
Well, I don't think I should trespass into the realm of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care and Deputy Prime Minister. She will make her own views and her own policy on that without intervention from me. What I will say is that we're making sure the NHS is very well funded to make sure that it can provide the treatment that our constituents need, and our commitment to NHS funding is undiminished. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me turn now to the question of the matter in this bill, repealing the Health and Social Care Levy. Members will recall the Health and Social Care Levy was originally announced in September of last year. It was legislated shortly afterwards via the Health and Social Care Levy Act 2021, which received royal assent on October 20th last year. The levy had essentially two phases. Firstly, a temporary 1.25% increase for employers and employees in the current tax year, and then from April 2023, a formal surcharge of 1.25%, which I would add would have affected not just those people of working age, but also people of state pension age. And the bill before the House today repeals that act with elegant simplicity. Clause 1 simply says the Health and Social Care Levy Act 2021 is repealed. Of course. Hang on.
I'm very grateful. And as first opportunity, I congratulate you on his appointment. And it's very important what he said on the energy support for my constituents, all our constituents, and I very much welcome that. But on the point of repeal of the levy, he's of course aware that one of the most important things it was going to fund is the very welcome cap on care costs introduced by this government, which has been promised by successive governments, many a white paper, many a green paper. It was going to be funded by that. How will we now pay for it?
Well, let me, first of all, I thank my honourable friend for his kind words at the beginning. We're long-standing colleagues, and I look forward to working with him for many years to come. Firstly, to be clear, the funding that was provided via the levy for both health and social care, which in the case of social care amounted to £5.4 billion over the 3-year spending review period, is completely unaltered. There is no change to that funding at all. My honourable friend asked the question about funding for it. The funding envelope for all public services will be, I think, set out by my honourable friend the Chancellor on October the 31st via his medium-term fiscal plan. We are going to make sure that we are responsible custodians of public finances by sticking to the spending plan set out in the Spending Review 2021. We're going to be very disciplined about doing that. We will make sure we generally exercise spending restraint, mindful of the fact that we can't have public spending forever increasing at faster and faster rates. So we will be disciplined about the way we manage public finance. And I would also point finally to economic growth. If we're successful, or rather when we're successful, in delivering the growth plan's mission to elevate trend growth from 1.5% to 2.5%, an extra 1% per annum. If we do that over a consistent period of time, for example 5 years, by the 5th year, that additional growth will deliver about £47 billion of extra tax revenue, as set out in the table on page 27 of the Blue Book, which accompanied the growth plan. So I hope that gives my honourable friend a hint of how we're thinking about this, but really the medium-term financial plan on the 31st of October will provide the most complete answer. I think I may have seen an intervention over there.
I'm very grateful, and he's being very generous with his time. I should say, I think the point on page 27 is a target rather than anything that stands close to examination. However, the point I wanted to make was in respect of the decision to increase national insurance to pay for social policy in England, I might add. I understand that the Welsh Government had no say whatsoever in that decision, just as they have had no say in the now paused policy of scrapping the additional rate of income tax. Doesn't the Minister think that the Welsh Government, which is after all responsible for social care in Wales, do they not warrant consultation on a fundamental matter like this?
Well, I don't think the government in Wales complained too loudly when they were provided with extra money to fund social care in Wales. On his point about page 27 of the growth plan, it is a target, he's right to say that, but it's a target accompanied by a plan to deliver it. There is a clear path to how we're going to achieve the increase in growth that I referred to. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me just return to the repeal of the health and social care levy. To be clear, this bill, before the House now, repeals the legislation from last year that I referred to, reversing both the temporary increase in national insurance contributions, and it'll do that from the 6th of November, just a few weeks' time, and it will additionally ensure that no new levy comes into force in April 2023. Members will understand it takes a little bit of time for HMRC as well as businesses to prepare their systems for tax changes like these, which is why we chose November the 6th as the date of implementation, but that will make sure this extra money gets into people's pockets as quickly as possible. Which brings me on to the rationale for why we're doing this in the first place. Why are we repealing the levy? And the first point is that it makes sure people can keep more of their own money, and particularly at this time, which is so critical for the cost of living. In Treasury questions earlier, many members on both sides made reference to the cost of living challenges, most of which follow from Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. By urgently alleviating the tax burden on our constituents, reducing this tax, it will immediately assist with cost of living pressures. I don't say that it'll solve them, but it will certainly assist with them. Of course, I give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I too would like to congratulate him on his new role. I also acknowledge the narrative around growth and the therapeutic effect of the combination of supply-side reforms and tax cuts to generate growth. But the concern that I have is the interval between his assertions today and the medium-term fiscal strategy being announced on the 31st of October, and the market's confidence in that interval. And today we see welcome announcement from the IMF on the enhancement to the level of growth, but we also see reference to the enduring effect of inflation. And we've also seen in recent weeks the effect of interest rate changes on the cost of living challenges for families up and down this country. Would he please take account of the interaction of those two conflicting realities?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. And first of all, I should just, pay tribute to his extraordinary service as City Minister. I think I'm right in saying, the member for Salisbury, it was the longest ever serving City Minister. I think it was 4 years. Longest serving, and I should say the best to date as well. So I sort of pay tribute to him for his long and distinguished service. On his questions, a couple of points he raised. In terms of the interaction of the announcements with the OBR scoring, there was a desire to get the growth plan done quickly and with a sense of urgency. The energy price guarantee is something we wanted to do straight away. Families were genuinely worried. They had huge anxiety about the prospects of facing £6,000 or £7,000 bills this winter, and we wanted to take that off the table immediately. We also wanted to alleviate this the tax burden we're discussing today as quickly as we could. By doing this so quickly, on the 6th of November, assuming this bill passes, in just a few weeks' time, this burden will be alleviated from our constituents at this time of cost of living challenges. And indeed, as companies make decisions about where to invest, whether to invest and locate in the UK or elsewhere, they can do so in the knowledge that corporation tax in the United Kingdom will remain low. So that's why, let me just finish answering the point, then I'll come to my honourable friend. That's why we acted so quickly. I do, however, recognise the honourable gentleman's point about the need for market confidence, and that is why the Chancellor announced just recently, I think yesterday, that the medium-term fiscal plan would be brought forward from the 23rd of November to the 31st of October, recognising exactly the point that my honourable friend made, and indeed similar points made by the Right Honourable Member for, I think, Mid Devon, the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee. On the points about inflation, I think we should be, and this came up repeatedly during Treasury questions earlier, we should be, I think, very clear that we are in a global interest rate up cycle. In, for example, the USA, interest rates, base rates set by the Fed, the Federal Reserve, have increased by 3% this year, from 0.25 in January to 3.25% now. The equivalent interest rate set by the Bank of England, the base rate, has also increased, but only by 2%, from 0.25 to 2. So we have seen higher base rate increases in the USA in the year to date than we have here, and as a consequence, the base rate in the USA is a full percentage point higher than it is in the United Kingdom, and I think we just should keep that international context firmly in mind. Let me just move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I may. I was just explaining that we did this so people can keep more of their own money and so we can help with the cost of living challenges at this time as a matter of urgency on the 6th of November and not delay it any longer. It's also important, I think, and the Chancellor thinks, to boost incentives to work. We want to make sure that working is as attractive as possible, and by lowering the taxes on work, I believe that we do this. Of course I'll give way.
And I add my voice to welcome him to his role. I think he will do a good job. Here's what's worrying me. Yes, we want work to pay, but we also want work to be available. There are lots of vacancies in the labour market, but there's also labour shortages. There are lots of people, as we've heard today, who are economically inactive, many of them because they're on the NHS waiting list. Now, as my Chief Secretary will know, part of this levy, in the first part, was to fund the catch-up programme. Now, I was in my local hospital on Friday, seeing how we're getting on with the catch-up programme. We are still waiting for news of our elective hub at the Royal Hampshire Hospital in Winchester, which would help with that catch-up to get people back into the workplace, back into the workforce. Is that affected by me voting for this repeal today?
And I can categorically assure him that it is not affected. The £8 billion that was allocated over the spending review period to catch up the elective backlog is completely unchanged by this measure. The funding for social care, I think it was £5.4 billion over 3 years, is unaffected as well. And the rest of the money, because that's not all of it, it will continue to be available to the DHSC to spend on the NHS and social care in precisely the same way as was intended previously. As a result of this measure, cancelling or repealing the Health and Social Care Levy Act 2021, not a single penny less will go to social care, to the NHS, or in particular, the elective programme he referred to. In relation to Winchester Hospital, I obviously can't answer for that, but I'm sure the Health Secretary would be delighted to discuss that with him. My honourable friend also made a very good point about vacancies. We do have a lot of vacancies in the economy. So earlier this year, for the first time in history, I believe, there were more vacancies than there were people in unemployment. And I think if we're keen to tackle poverty, to help people to a more prosperous future, then getting them off benefits into work is clearly the answer to that question.
I'm grateful for giving way, and following on from the former Health Minister, if it's true that this levy was essentially unneeded for both the social care reforms and the catch-up, and that everything is staying still, can you advise us what advice he's had from the Department of Health and Social Care as to what they will not be doing now that presumably there is less money for the other things that they were going to be doing?
No, so the funding provided by the Treasury to DHSC is completely unchanged as a result of this reversal of the NIC increase. So, and that applies both to the money that was essentially hypothecated to DHSC and its other budget. That is completely unaffected. So we're not moving money from one part of the health service budget to backfill this. The complete health service budget is completely unchanged. There's not a penny less for the health service in any way as a result of these changes. What is changing is obviously the way that we're funding this. Instead of funding that expenditure from the Health and Social Care Levy, it will be differently funded, partly by general taxation and other means which will be set out in the MTPF. But there is not a single penny less going to the health service as a result. I'm spoiled for choice. I'm going to start with...
To have a second intervention I is very lucky, and I know as a former businessman he cares passionately about growth. I respect that. But as a businessman, he must also know the single most important factor for business is confidence and stability. When you speak to business at the moment, what they're worried about is the lack of stability. They want to have certainty and confidence. And I think he needs to explain this basic question. 17 billion of revenue for this levy to fund social care and the NHS. If the levy is going, surely that implies borrowing fills the gap or some other change fiscally. Is it the case that that will be confirmed on the 31st?
Yes, it is. I mean, the Honourable Gentleman is asking entirely reasonable questions, but of course you have to look at this in the round across the entirety of public expenditure, and that is what the Chancellor will set out in detail on the 31st of October to this House, accompanied by the OBR scoring. I think the member for Stockton North wanted to...
On that point, I'm grateful to the Minister. For me, the honourable member opposite has already made the point. If there's £17 billion being removed from the Exchequer, how can we have all that extra spending on the NHS and on social care if there's no additional taxation?
Well, because, as I pointed out, we're going to set this out on the 31st. Right? There's a number of measures the Chancellor has in mind to make sure that over the medium term this is fully funded. And critically, to do this and the other things in the growth plan, this obviously is only one measure amongst many, to make sure that over the medium term we get debt as a proportion of GDP falling. So the questions being asked by honourable members are entirely reasonable, but the point of the medium-term fiscal plan and the details that will accompany it on the 31st of October is to answer precisely these questions. Let me just set out, Mr Deputy Speaker, the benefits that this move will confer upon employees and self-employed people earning more than £12,570 and, in the case of self-employed people, £11,909 respectively. The average saving for people in work, in the way earning more than those thresholds, is going to be around about £330 next year. And if you combine that with the increase in the threshold which took effect last July, the saving for the average worker who's earning above those thresholds is going to be £500 next year, which clearly is going to be welcome at a time of economic challenge. Moreover, almost 1 million businesses, 920,000 businesses, will see an average tax cut of just a shade under £10,000, £9,600 to be precise, next year, which is also going to be very, very welcome indeed. It's worth being clear that that increase in the threshold put through a few months ago means that people on lower incomes pay very, very little national insurance or income tax these days. And I think members of this House who want to see the burden of taxation, particularly on those with lower incomes, as light as it possibly can be, I'm sure will very strongly welcome that increase in the threshold, which follows, of course, the very substantial increases in the income tax threshold that have occurred over the last 12 years, when the threshold has been increased from around about £6,500 back in 2010 to £12,570 today, lifting people on the lowest incomes out of national insurance and out of income tax entirely. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've made the point already that this reversal of the levy is part of a much wider plan. My colleagues, the Secretary of State for various departments, will be announcing in the coming days and weeks further supply-side measures to stimulate growth in our economy, including making the planning system faster, making sure that business regulations are not unduly onerous, improving childcare, addressing questions concerned with immigration, agricultural productivity, and improving digital infrastructure. And as I said already, we're going to do that in a way that makes sure debt over GDP falls over the medium term. And I was about to finish, but since it's my old friend from Stockton North, I'll give way one last time.
I'm very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I enjoyed my time opposite the honourable member when we're dealing with justice issues. But one of his predecessors, a Lib Dem, no doubt, in fact, cancelled the new hospital for Stockton 12 years ago. Now, the need is far greater than ever So the Minister, who seems to be very capable of splashing the cash, will he finally approve funding for a new hospital in Stockton? Thank you.
Well, the government, of course, has a commitment, which we stand by, to build, I think it's 40 new hospitals in the coming years. Of course, the details of that programme are in the hands of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, and I'm sure she would be happy to discuss the hospital for Stockton with the honourable member. But he is, of course, as ever, a very eloquent advocate for his hometown. Let me just conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that making sure we do this in a fiscally responsible way is a responsibility that falls partly with me. I've already, as Chief Secretary, I've already said we intend to stick to the CSR limits set out a year ago. That's the 3-year spending review, of which we're in the first year just now. We will be exercising restraint when it comes to public expenditure going into the future, because we simply cannot have a state that continues consuming ever larger proportions of national income. Of course, we need to make sure public services are properly funded, but we need to make sure we do that in a way that does not impose excessively onerous burdens on taxpayers, our constituents who work hard day in, day out to earn a living and pay their taxes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, growing our economy is our central and defining mission. The United Kingdom needs a government that is wholeheartedly and unequivocally committed to economic growth, and we stand committed to growth in a way that the anti-growth coalition arrayed against us does not. This government has a very clear growth plan. The reversal of the levy and the temporary national insurance increase are an important part of that plan, that growth plan, which is at the heart of this government's mission, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Is it Mr. Murray? Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just over a year ago, we in the opposition stood in this chamber urging the government to drop its plans to hike national insurance contributions and to introduce a new levy on working people and their jobs. It was not just me and my colleagues in the opposition making the case against this tax rise. The government were warned by so many others too, from the Federation of Small Businesses to the British Chambers of Commerce, the CBI and the TUC. Ministers were warned from all sides of the harm that their approach would cause. The government were warned by their own backbenchers. Government ministers at the time even warned themselves. The tax information impact note on this tax rise was signed off by the minister who took the original legislation through Parliament. That note said that as a result of this tax rise, there may be an impact on family formation, stability or breakdown, as individuals who are currently just about managing financially will see their disposable income reduce. Whilst in terms of businesses, that note said, behavioural effects are likely to be large, and these will include business decisions around wage bills and recruitment. Yet the government pressed ahead with this tax rise, supported in the division lobbies by the current Prime Minister and the Chancellor. The government kept supporting this tax rise until the previous Foreign Secretary became Prime Minister and decided to perform a U-turn. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we welcome this U-turn, as it puts an end to a tax rise that we have said was wrong from the very start. But it is, of course, not the only U-turn we have seen under this Prime Minister. Just last week, the government U-turned on their damaging and misguided plan to cut the top rate of tax for the very highest paid. And so our message now to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor is to keep on U-turning.
I'm very grateful for him for giving away. Can he clarify, would he keep the social care cap and the spending on the backlog? And if so, given he supports repeal, how would he fund them?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. The truth is that the reason we are having this debate is as part of a wider government economic strategy that has caused economic chaos, that has no plan for growth, that has no plan to fund public services. And even when we were discussing this bill last year, there was no plan for social care. There was no guarantee that a penny of the money would go into social care. And I will not take lectures from the honourable gentleman opposite. I'm going to make some progress. And may let him intervene in a few moments. Because right now, our message to the Prime Minister and the Chancellor is to keep on U-turning. they need to U-turn on their whole disastrous approach to the economy, which the Chancellor set out just over 2 weeks ago. That budget, in all but name, was the most destructive, unfair and irresponsible fiscal announcement we have seen in a generation. The Prime Minister and Chancellor should now U-turn on their decision to lift the cap on bankers' bonuses. They should U-turn on their refusal to ask oil and gas giants to put some of their eye-watering excess profits toward helping keep people's energy bills down. They need to U-turn on their discredited, dangerous trickle-down approach to the economy. It is time, Mr Deputy Speaker, for them to reverse their disastrous kamikaze budget, which has unleashed an economic crisis they made in Downing Street and which working people are paying for through higher mortgages and prices.
I'm grateful to my friend for giving way, and he says that, quite rightly, that we support this particular U-turn. But isn't he as perplexed as I am about where all this money is actually going to come from? Or does he know that the Tories, rather than have a magic money tree, have actually got a full orchard?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he's absolutely right to point out the fact that the Conservatives' sums simply do not add up. And you don't have to take our word for it, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just look at the markets. They have issued their own judgment on the Conservatives' so-called economic plan, and they are not convinced. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we consider the repeal of the Health and Social Care Levy Act, it is important to remember how the government's decision to bring in this national insurance hike came to pass in the first place. Over the last 12 years under the Conservatives, we have been stuck in what the Chancellor himself quite rightly described last month as a vicious cycle of stagnation. With tax revenues stagnating under low growth, the government made clear they felt the only way to raise more funding was to raise taxes on working people. At the second reading of the legislation that is being repealed today, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury tried to defend the government's approach, saying that this new charge would enable the government to provide additional funding to the NHS so that it can recover from the pandemic. Now, we argued at the time that if the government felt it had to raise taxes, then those with the broadest shoulders should contribute more. But the government refused. They pushed ahead with this tax rise on working people and their jobs, and they refused throughout the debate on the original legislation to ask those with the broadest shoulders to take more of the burden. And now, as they repeal the national insurance increase, they have abandoned any attempt at fiscal responsibility altogether, with an economic approach that has borrowing at its heart. Mr Deputy Speaker, in a letter sent to the Shadow Chancellor and the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care on September the 22nd, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury wrote that the additional funding used to replace the expected revenue from the levy will come from general taxation and may require further borrowing in the short term. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour takes a different approach. Our pledges are fully and fairly funded. As the Shadow Chancellor has set out, we would boost NHS investment by ending the outrageous non-dom tax loophole exploited by the super-rich. We will use money from what is saved by scrapping that arcane practice to double the number of district nurses qualifying every year, to train more than 5,000 new health visitors, to create an additional 10,000 nursing and midwife placements every year, and to double the number of medical students so that our NHS has the doctors it needs.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. I think I heard the Shadow Chancellor on television a week or so ago saying that her proposals on non-DOMs would raise about £2 billion. The cost of this measure is about £15 billion. Where's the other £13 billion going to come from?
Mr Deputy Speaker, firstly, I think the Minister must have been not listening carefully enough to the Shadow Chancellor setting out Labour's plans, because what we have set out is how we would scrap the non-dom status, which is completely irresponsible to keep in the current context, and to use some of that money to set out our plans for investment in the NHS. Now, the difference between the government and the opposition is that the government will make promises and using throwaway comments about how they might fund it with general taxation or they might have extra borrowing. When we set out our pledges, we set out exactly what we'd pay for. It's fully costed, fully funded, and paid for through fairer taxation. No, I'm going to make some progress. We have set out that we will not borrow for day-to-day spending, and we will not ask working people who are already struggling to foot the bill. That is what we mean when we say we are the party of economic responsibility and the party of social justice. The Conservatives have shown themselves to be the party of a failed approach to the economy. After 6 so-called growth plans from the government that have all failed, the drunken gamblers of Downing Street have rolled the dice one last time, putting their faith in the ideological mantra that if they just slash taxes and regulation, they will unleash business investment and growth. They believe that wealth is only created by a few at the top, when the truth is that it comes from the bottom up and the middle out. The trickle-down economics of the Prime Minister and her Chancellor are wrong. Their approach will not work, and it is not fair. It will hit working people's spending power, undermining prospects for growth. It ignores the need for government to be a partner for business to grow, something that is more important than ever with the turbulent, changing, challenging outlook we face. That is why the next Labour government would do things differently. We would bring together businesses and trade unions through a National Economic Council. We would support businesses to grow through our modern industrial strategy, and we would use a national wealth fund to invest in the new green industries of the future. That is our approach to the British economy: pro-business, pro-worker, pro-growth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is making the wrong calls again and again. They were wrong last year to introduce the national insurance rise on working people, just as they were wrong last month when they tried to cut tax for some of the very highest paid in society and to hide the OBR report on their plans. We welcome the government finally admitting they were wrong to raise national insurance on working people and businesses in the middle of a cost of living crisis. But their wider economic approach is one characterised by ballooning borrowing and a discredited trickle-down approach to economic growth. The Prime Minister and her Chancellor are gambling with the livelihoods and well-being of people across the UK. Their gamble is dramatically worsening the cost of living crisis, with higher costs and mortgage payments for households across the country. It is shredding any reputation the Conservatives may once have claimed to have for economic competence, and it will fail to deliver the growth we need after 12 years of stagnation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, throughout the cost of living crisis, Labour have forced the Conservatives to U-turn time and again. By repealing the national insurance rise and levy, and by halting their plans to cut the top rate of tax for the very highest paid, the Prime Minister and Chancellor have shown that they have it within themselves to make a U-turn. Our message to them is clear: do not stop there. The government must U-turn on their whole economic approach and reverse their disastrous kamikaze budget. And our message to the British people is clear. This is a Tory crisis that has been made in Downing Street and that is being paid for by working people. Only Labour will fix the damage the Tories are doing. Only Labour will deliver economic responsibility and social justice. Only Labour will be a government that is on your side.
I'm just wanting people who intend to speak in the debate, if they could stand, please, just so, because I know there's at least one not on the list, so thanks very much. James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's fair to say it's a bit of a novelty for me to be called both so early and without a time limit in a debate. I'm very grateful, not least because, in truth, this is one of the singly most important subjects in British politics, which is how do we pay for healthcare. That's essentially what we are debating today, and I feel very strongly on this subject. And I think that the core principle must be the one which I've always held as a Conservative, which is that we are fiscally responsible. Like the environment, we aim to leave things better, in a better condition for future generations, and that we have in mind with the public finances at all times the impact on those who are yet to be born, on our grandchildren. And so we are fiscally responsible. That is the absolute fundamental belief of my party, in my view. And with that in mind, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now there's a lot of excitement about what the OBR are going to say on Halloween. But actually, they've already pronounced on the matter of health expenditure. In July, they published the OBR's Fiscal Risks and Sustainability. It's a fascinating bedtime read. But the crucial thing is what it says about their estimate for the future cost of healthcare in this country. They predict that the current spend will go from around 10.5%, about 10.3% of GDP on health and adult social care to 17.5% of GDP in 50 years' time. That is an extraordinary increase, almost doubling. taking up so much more of our wealth and our public expenditure. And their track record, the OBR's, is very accurate on estimating health spend and is based on lots of very cautious, obviously difficult to predict variables, but essentially this is, if you like, cutting the mustard in telling us the future costs we've got to face up to. And to put it in context in terms of the headline estimate for debt, for public debt, what we will be passing to our grandchildren, they estimate that in 30 years' time it will be 100% of GDP, and in 50 years' time 267% of GDP. That's what it says in this document. If we carry on as we are, we will have national debt at 267% of GDP because of the rising cost of what's called demographics. That's mainly healthcare, but it is also state pension and other aspects of the pension system. But overwhelmingly, it is healthcare, and adult social care will double as a percentage of GDP as well. Now, I should declare something of an interest in the sense that I kind of had an indirect role in the creation of the health and social care levy, and it's fair to say I have many reservations about what we are doing today. As colleagues know, the former Prime Minister, who deserves great credit for this, was determined that he wouldn't just have another green paper or white paper on social care. He wanted to actually deliver something for the country, and he introduced that cap that has been promised by successive governments, so that people who have saved hard and have assets, yes, they have to contribute to their care, but they know there is a limit. And I think it's incredibly important that we brought that forward. And I sincerely hope that in removing the funding mechanism for the cap, that the Treasury resists the temptation to water the cap down. Because colleagues will know, local authorities are not yet aware of exactly what the cap will cover. And they must resist the temptation with the funding stream gone to water that down. Absolutely paramount. But I would just say this, because when the Prime Minister came forward with wanting to pursue the cap, obviously it was the view of the then Chancellor, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond, who I had the privilege of being PPS to throughout the pandemic, that it must be funded, that this can't just go on the national credit card. The social care cap on its own is a massive rising liability. I've just set out what's going to happen to health costs more generally. But then how to fund it? The most common suggestion was an increase in national insurance to fund social care. National insurance for the simple reason that it applies to businesses and to individuals, so it raises the sorts of revenue you can get. It's not easily avoided. It can give you the money in the bank to pay for these very expensive costs that we face. But I actually submitted a paper to the Chancellor at the time, and I suggested, rather than just a narrow national insurance levy, social care levy as it were, we should have a full health and social care levy, and that this should be hypothecated, and it should appear as an explicit line on your payslip. And if you look on your payslip at the moment, you'll see it there, and it will be there until November. And we haven't made the most of it, I accept that. There's been almost no enthusiasm from any quarter, possibly from the social care sector. But my view was, what we could have done with a transparent, hypothecated statement on your payslip was that at the time when we've agreed with the NHS what their funding would be, when they came back to us 2 years into the 5-year settlement and said, we need this extra big item, we could say, well, fine, but it's going to come out of the levy. So it'd be transparent. And that would have given spending discipline, in my view, something we've terribly lacked, if we're honest, in health spending for many years under successive governments. So I think it had great potential, but it's being vaporised today. I accept that. The Prime Minister has a mandate for it, and of course the whole House seems to support that view, as does the Labour Party, even though they haven't got the foggiest how they're going to fill the gap themselves. But having said that, more than happy to.
The former Prime Minister had a mandate to do what he did last year. The Honourable Gentleman has said that the new Prime Minister has got a mandate to do this. Where did that mandate come from? Because I don't remember Parliament has been dissolved for a general election within the last couple of months.
Quite rightly say that our manifesto said we would not increase national insurance, so she can draw on the mandate at the general election. Now, I would argue, because we seem to have, in the same way, vaporised out of history the pandemic, that changed everything. That the enormous borrowing that accrued to this government during the pandemic, which everyone supported, by the way, everyone wanted even more spending, even more support for businesses and individuals, as I remember as the PPS, the Chancellor at the time, that made it an exception and that we had to balance the books. But I have to be clear, it's not my preference. I would not have wanted this levy as a way to fund the NHS and social care. In my view, dealing with the politics of the time, it was the best way forward. So I'm going to be clear about what is my personal view on how we move forward. And this is to understand a key point. The NHS is free at the point of delivery. But that means we pay with time. Because when something's free, you have queues and people wait. And we have massive queues. Of course, they've been massively exacerbated by the pandemic. That's why the backlogs are so big. But to me, it's blindingly obvious that the pressure on the NHS is overwhelming, almost infinite demand with finite capacity. Now, people will say, and the party opposite will say, as we would surely in any election campaign, that we will do everything possible to increase that capacity. The Deputy Prime Minister, Health Secretary, will of course, with her ABCD strategy, do everything possible to improve outcomes in the NHS. But when we talk about funding it, when we talk about that obligation to our grandchildren, the next generation, I think we have to be more radical, frankly. In my view, you do need a core NHS free at the point of delivery. But what we need to do as a country is drive up use of the independent sector, private healthcare, that from all those brilliant companies that are seeing their use shoot through the roof because of the backlog. And I know some of this territory is difficult to talk about, but I'll just give 3 key reasons why I think we should go down this route. The first one to understand is for every single person who pays to go privately, they are freeing up a space on the backlog. They are boosting NHS capacity at the same time. The second point is this is standard in other countries, comparable countries. The Republic of Ireland, Australia, Germany. In those countries, there are tax incentives to pay for your health care. There is an understanding that if someone goes to that trouble, they should have some kind of a rebate. They are doing everyone else a favour. And the third point is, this is already happening. The post-beverage revolution is happening, and it's happening silently. There's been a massive surge in the number of people paying privately for their health care. In The Guardian recently, they showed figures estimating 1 in 10 adults in the UK have paid for private healthcare in the last 12 months, primarily, though not entirely, but primarily because of those backlogs. So the use has surged. According to the Independent Healthcare Providers Network, I think the percentage increase on paying in cash, what's called self-pay, for hip replacements has gone up by 193% this January to March compared to January-March 2019, and 173% for knees. This is a huge surge in people paying privately. Now, it's true, many of them will not have wanted to. I'm not suggesting that they will be delighted with that. Of course, what we all want is that everyone be able to go and use the NHS and not have these long waits. Clearly, that's the ideal scenario. But I don't think it's deliverable anymore, not least with the demographic pressures we face. And so, in my view, what we should do is look at this surge in use of the independent sector and embrace it as a policy opportunity. Because research from that same organisation, the Independent Healthcare Providers Network, shows 48% of people in this country would consider going private in the next 12 months because they know about the waits. So, if you like, this is about choice. For me, the most important thing is to have greater tax incentives for considering to use in the independent sector so that people actually think about a realistic choice. We don't just settle for long waits for care anymore. And as I say, this is standard practice in other comparable European countries, Australasia and so on. And to be very specific, going back to the document I referred to and this huge liability we face as a country for health and social care, we should target increasing the amount of our healthcare, the percentage of our healthcare spend that comes to the independent sector, so that we have better balance, more like other comparable European countries. I think if we did that, we'd get much better outcomes, we'd have more choice, we'd have finally a 21st century healthcare system with diversity of provision. I think that is the best way forward. We should recognise that the revolution is happening, but it needs to happen with the government's backing and support.
SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a little over a year ago that the then Financial Secretary to the Treasury told the House that this health and social care levy will enable the government to tackle the backlog in the NHS, and it will provide a new permanent way to pay for the government's reforms. Now, that itself was a quite spectacular U-turn on the Conservative Party's 2019 manifesto. It was page 2, signed by the then Prime Minister, a solemn pledge that we will not raise the rate of income tax, VAT or national insurance. So to be back here just over a year later seeing a reversal is really quite something. And I think to describe it as a U-turn really doesn't do it justice. I would give the analogy of an antisocial driver doing donuts in the car park of the local supermarket as the best analogy for how out of control the approach seems to be. Now, the UK government published a health and social care levy policy paper at the time that the levy was being introduced. And I remember distinctly a quote in it, which said that this levy provides a UK-wide approach which enables us to pool and share risks and resources across the UK. So it was highly enjoyable to listen to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury claiming that now that the levy is being repealed, that the reverse also happens to be true in terms of that UK-wide approach to pooling and sharing. Now, I spoke in the debate then when the levy was being introduced, and as I recall, the government benches were somewhat sparse when it came to finding backbenchers who were prepared to go out and provide some political cover for their government's change of heart. Now, quite clearly, an awful lot's changed since then. We've got a new Prime Minister who makes much of the fact that she's prepared to be unpopular. In light of recent events, that's probably just as well. She also tells us, as the Chief Secretary repeated today, that there is apparently this sinister grouping outside this place of an anti-growth coalition at work. Now, I won't go through all the groups that are supposedly comprising this coalition, but essentially it seems to be anyone who has the temerity or the audacity to disagree with the Prime Minister, which probably means it's about half of the Cabinet and most of the backbenches at this rate. I give way.
I'm very grateful for raising this point, to match the frivolity of this assault from the other side. Does he know how one joins this anti-coalition, anti-growth coalition? I mean, when do they meet? Do they provide lunch, for example? Does one have to apply through the, I see now, absent minister? Or, is there a form, or are they on the internet? Everything else seems to be. Has he any answers?
I'm sorry to disappoint the Honourable Member. I don't have any answers there, but if I could contribute from the sort of Marxist perspective that is presumably in the sights of those levied that and Groucho Marxist perspective, that I wouldn't want to be a member of any club that would have me as a member. So, but I don't know. I'm sure the T-shirts are being printed and they'll be available very soon. But to get back to where I was headed with this, that the benches then on the government side were rather sparse, and judging by the nature of some of the contributions and some of the exceptionally well targeted, I must say, friendly fire, the government clearly has some way to go, not only to persuade its members of the sincerity of its commitments on health and social care, but also when it comes to its broader approach to managing the economy. Now, on the Scottish National Party benches, we had our concerns about the levy at the time as a means of achieving the policy objectives that were outlined. In our view, it was unclear what the additional resource was going to be used for, other than in the broadest of terms. Now, the near £13 billion levy seemed to us to be a rather arbitrary amount, unconnected to any clear plan about how the funds might be used to tackle the pressures in the NHS, and far less how that resource might end, and how much of it would end up being passported through to meet the challenges in the care sector. Also, we remarked at the time that there was no sign of the accompanying reforms that arguably would be necessary in order to get better outcomes across health and social care, in terms of how services in health and social care might be better integrated with each other in England, such as has been done in Scotland, and which is going to be built on through the introduction of and the establishment of a national care service by the end of the current Scottish parliamentary term. The levy was also introduced without any detail. The levy was also introduced, and it's now being withdrawn, also without us having any indication as yet, although the work has been done, any indication as yet from the Office for Budget Responsibility of the impact, not just of this, but also of all the other fiscal choices which now sit round about this. So I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that the UK Government is in complete disarray, not just over its approach to health and social care, but also over its approach to managing the economy, would be something of a kindness and an understatement. It's now abandoning this national insurance rise in favour of increased borrowing, just as the Chancellor's limited fiscal event has resulted in borrowing growing considerably more expensive. It's introducing tax cuts which are intended to be funded in part by cuts to public expenditure, which will inevitably feed through to pressures on the health and social care sectors, which this levy was supposed to be bolstering. The rampant inflation that we now see in our economy means that any resource that does make it through to the health and social care sectors will not travel as far as once it would have. Those pounds will buy less. And it also means that the huge post-pandemic health and social care problems that we face in common right across these islands has just been made that much worse by the botched nature of the mini-budget. Now, John Appleby, who is the Director of Research and the Chief Economist at the health think tank, the Nuffield Trust, is correct, surely, when he warns now that the funding ball is back in the Government's court, and when he says that the Government will have to fund the commitment through some combination of borrowing, deprioritising other public spending. And let's be quite realistic about this. That's a far more likely set of outcomes than seeing the commitment being met through ambitions for growth, no matter how loudly and repeatedly they are stated. To be absolutely clear, on the SNP benches, we never believed that a levy on national insurance was the way to achieve the objectives of meeting those challenges. And it's tempting to go back to the 24th of March when Paul Johnson, the Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, said in the Times newspaper, he called the government to account by questioning, why promise to spend billions cutting the basic rate of income tax while going ahead with an increase in national insurance rates? That will make the tax system both less equitable and less efficient. It will increase the wedge between higher taxes on earnings and lower taxes on pensions and unearned incomes. And wouldn't that money have been better spent sooner, helping those most in need? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that was an excellent question then, and it remains an excellent question today. So, in meeting the funding challenge, and let's be clear that the challenge goes beyond the challenges that we have in the economy to meeting the parallel challenge presented by the growing and complex demands of an ageing population. It's important that we're able to meet the demands, the needs of patients and service users and staff with dignity, with compassion, while making sure that the responsibility for contributing towards that financially is a burden which is shared fairly and equitably. Now, in financial terms, that's going to be met through a combination of revenue spend, capital spend, and the way that that cost is shared will come down to political choices over how much is to be borrowed and how the tax system is going to be balanced over the longer term. And we certainly wait with a mixture of bated breath and nervousness to what the Chancellor finally brings forward later this month. But I will make absolutely no apology whatsoever for repeating this point, that it must be fairer as a general principle to spread that burden by increasing income taxes across the board on both earned and unearned income, as well as to look again at areas such as inheritance taxes and capital gains, so that the totality of wealth right across the nations of these islands can be taken into consideration when sharing that burden. Instead, what we seem to have, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a piecemeal and incoherent approach to reform from this government, allied to an equally piecemeal and incoherent approach to taxation and the wider economy. It's often said that of a person's character that when somebody shows you who they are, you should believe them. And my goodness, when it comes to the character of a government, haven't we seen exactly what the essential character of this government is over the past 3 weeks when it comes to its priorities? We've seen that instinct revealed in the decision to unapologetically lift the cap on bankers' bonuses. We see it in the attempts to cut taxes for the richest, to give least to those who need it most, and to hack back on the public services that enable people to live the best lives that they possibly can, irrespective as to their personal circumstances. And we see it and the resulting economic chaos and the fiction that somehow out of that chaos growth will emerge, which somehow makes all of this additional borrowing affordable. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in some kind of conclusion, it's clear that the problems that led to this levy being identified as a solution in health and social care haven't disappeared, even if this levy itself is about to. But just as the Chief Secretary repeated the Prime Minister's lamentable jibe about the anti-growth coalition, as the chaos that's emerged from the mini-budget shows, the solutions to the myriad problems that we face aren't going to be found amongst the dangerous, disruptive ideologues who cause mayhem by supergluing themselves to the policy prescriptions of the Institute of Economic Affairs. It can only be found by building long-term value in an economy and making sure that the burden for doing so is shared equitably amongst all people and all businesses that can make the best contribution that they need to. Thank you.
David Rutley.
Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the chance to speak in this second reading debate and have the chance to follow considered speeches by right honourable and honourable friends. I'm particularly pleased to see the Minister for my honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, in his place. I've known him for many years before coming to this place, and he brings real expertise to the front bench, notwithstanding the fact that he has very big shoes to fill, that's for sure. Madam Deputy Speaker, the repeal of the health and social care levy is part of the government's growth plan. The key elements of the plan to address cost of living challenges caused largely by President Putin's savage attacks on Ukraine are most welcome. The energy price guarantee helps limit the price of fuel bills for households across the country for 2 years, while the Energy Bill Relief Scheme provides similar support for businesses right across the country. And these steps are particularly welcome to the small and medium-sized businesses both in Macclesfield and across the country, which have felt particularly exposed to the sharp increases in energy costs. I understand the desire for growth, for greater growth, and for reducing the tax burden. I recognise that many businesses and working people will be pleased to see the health and social care levy being reversed. They'll be able to keep more of what they earn and decide how best to use the saving for their own business or their household. I acknowledge that many business owners will no doubt also welcome the other element of the growth plan sets out that the planned rise in corporation tax will not go ahead either. But Madam Deputy Speaker, that said, I believe it's important to see the removal of the health and social care levy and other proposed tax reductions in the context of the wider economy and our public finances. Financial markets have shown concerns about the cumulative effects of the policies set out in the growth plan, as eloquently set out by my honourable friend, the member for Salisbury earlier. And the lack of an associated OBR forecast to help set out an independent view has been unsettling. The forecast will help provide an independent view of the plan's impact on our public finances and on the levels of the government's borrowing and debt. That's why I was pleased to learn that the Chancellor will be bringing forward his statement on the medium-term fiscal strategy on the 31st of October, and that Treasury ministers and officials will work closely with the OBR over the weeks ahead, as they need to. It's vital that the Chancellor sets out his fiscal strategy soon to help explain how the measures in the growth plan, including the impact of reversing the levy, will be funded and what they will mean for the government spending plan, such as the funding of NHS backlogs and social care that the levy sought to fund, as highlighted very well by my honourable friends, the members of Winchester and South Suffolk. This latest timing will also mean that documents will be available before the next meeting of the Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee on the 3rd of November. They'll help provide additional much-needed information for the markets, to colleagues here in Parliament, and of course to our constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, in hindsight, more could have been done to roll the pitch and communicate the growth plan before the Chancellor's statement on the 23rd of September. In addition to the steps to lower taxes like the reversal of the levy and the steps to tackle energy cost challenges, the growth plan includes several innovative plans, such as the investment zones to help drive growth. And in Cheshire East, our vibrant life science sector and other industrial hubs would represent an exciting opportunity for such a zone to drive sustainable economic growth. And that's just an idea, of course, for the Chief Secretary. I wish that we could be spending more time talking about these opportunities, but we have to accept we can't wish away market concerns. We have to recognise where we are, and the Treasury needs to take the time to communicate and explain its plans in more detail and in the context of the wider economy. With that in mind, I'm pleased that the Chancellor earlier agreed with the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee on the need to further engage with and counsel with colleagues in this House over the weeks ahead. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will see the health and social care levy reversed. The impact of this policy and the implementation and phasing of other measures in the growth plan aim to help lift growth and will have wider economic consequences. So let's take the time to understand them more fully. Like many colleagues, I'm a strong supporter of free enterprise. I recognise that lower taxes have a role to play in driving growth. As is often said, there's a time to every purpose, and at heart, I'm a fiscal conservative. Thank you.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats were opposed to this tax to start with. We opposed the increase of the national insurance, the national insurance levy when it was introduced last year. Our argument at the time, it was disproportionately impacting lower earners, and it was hitting working families at precisely the time when they were struggling to pay their bills, when they were starting to see the increase of prices in the shops. So we're really pleased to see this reversed, and we support this legislation. But it mustn't be ignored that a great deal of damage has been done in the meantime. During the last 6 months, while this levy has been charged on employees and on the self-employed and their employers, during that time, employees and the self-employed have paid about 2.5 billion, and businesses will have paid about 3.8 billion. And I think one of the main disruptions, it's been incredibly disruptive to businesses. And I speak with some feeling here as an accountant who in a previous life spent many hours working on payrolls and forecasting employee costs. I can only imagine what it must have been like for businesses over the last 3 years. In 2019, we had a Conservative government coming in promising not to increase any business taxes. And then in 2021, they then increased the national insurance, and now here we are in 2022, and they're reversing that increase. That's an awful lot of change for businesses to have to deal with, and that's quite apart from the increase in cost that they will have borne over the last 6 months. And let's think about the impact that that cost will have had on businesses. They will have been thinking, or which employees can we, if we want to grow our business, how many employees can we afford to take on? And they will have revised those assumptions in the light of the increased cost of national insurance. So we can only assume that the 6-month increase to national insurance will have stunted the very growth that the Conservatives say they want to see. That it will have contributed to, in part to the economic slowdown, not least because, of course, the impact on employees will have decreased the amount of take-home pay, and that, of course, will have decreased their consumption. So what businesses need, above all, is the certainty and stability, and that has been continually undermined by this government and their constant chopping and changing on national insurance. And that, of course, is coming at a time of huge increase, not just in inflation, but, of course, in the energy costs, has been mentioned several times, primarily, of course, from Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. But that, of course, is also having this massive impact on businesses in this country, and this chopping and changing of the costs of employing staff will not have helped. Now, it's always been our argument that tax could have been more productively raised by an expanded windfall tax. This is something that we've been calling for since last autumn. We're very pleased to see that the government took on board some of our suggestions, but both Shell and BP have said that the government could have gone further. There's potentially up to an extra 60 billion of taxes that could have been levied on oil and gas firms, and that would have negated the need not just for this national insurance increase, but for many of the other unfunded borrowing commitments that the government made on the 23rd of September. I think it's also important to remember that now we've had that obviously now we are repealing the health and social care levy, and the point made by the member for South Suffolk, I thought made very well, we still have a crisis in health and social care to deal with, and that is something that the government must immediately set out its plans, not just obviously the much awaited fiscal event on the 31st of October. I think that's something that we all anticipate with a huge amount of excitement. But I think the thing that more than anything we need to hear from the government, its plans for health and social care, because there's no doubt that in itself the backlog in our NHS hospitals in itself is having an impact on growth. I saw figures today which suggested that when the current number of people who are suffering from long-term sickness that prevents them from working is at a record high. Now, I think we can all see the events of the last few years, how that has come about, but that is people who cannot be available for work, who cannot be contributing to the government's growth agenda, because they are not able to take up posts in what we know now is a record number of vacancies, simply because they are waiting for treatment. So, while we welcome this reversal, the government must state, and state soon, what it plans to do to address the backlog. And of course, it's not just health, it's also social care. There are 130,000 vacancies across our social care sector, and we know that it's chronic underfunding that is causing that. They cannot offer the kind of salaries, for example, that the care workers can find in other sectors. And I know that the shortage of care workers and places in care homes is having a knock-on impact on our hospitals. I was at Kingston Hospital recently, and they were telling me that the reason that they have problems, and one of the big contributors to their backlog, is that they cannot discharge patients because there is no care package for them to be looked after in their homes. So this issue about social care and health and the backlog urgently needs addressing. It wasn't being addressed when this legislation to increase national insurance was first brought in, and it's not being addressed now, and we urgently need to hear more from the government on that. And also, in the meantime, I would say to the government, we would support an increase in the windfall tax, and we would also oppose their plans to reverse the planned increase in corporation tax, as I believe that that's creating the biggest need for the additional borrowing announced on the 23rd of September, and that's something that they urgently need to look at again. They urgently need to look at all of their plans announced by the Chancellor on the 23rd of September, and I, for one, am very keen to see what they come up with on the 31st of October. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this decision to repeal the regressive hikes to national insurance, which would have seen the least able to pay with the heaviest proportional tax burden to tackle the crisis in social care. This is the right thing to do, but it should never have happened in the first place. Tax rises on the poorest, especially during a cost of living crisis, are cruel and unnecessary. And now we need urgent reassurances from the Minister that new funding for adult social care will come from progressive taxation and the pockets of those who can most afford it. And we must be clear, a U-turn is not a plan, it's the absence of one. We still have no answers from this government about how they are planning to tackle the crisis in adult social care and where the funding is coming from, other than to wait until the 31st of October for the mid-term fiscal plan. 12 years of Tory austerity has already seen £8 billion taken out of the social care system. Now we are facing a winter of hardship driven by the rampant cost of living crisis. And instead of bringing forward measures that will help the poorest and those most in need, this government is prioritising tax cuts for the rich and public service cuts for the rest of us. They have removed the triple lock protections on pensions and are refusing to commit to raising benefits in line with inflation. And they've made disastrous economic decisions that have crashed the economy and made the cost of living crisis one of the worst of comparable countries. Local governments are being forced to make further crippling cuts, as well as find extra money for energy costs and inflation to maintain their public services. And we know that their adult social care provision is going to suffer. Liverpool has lost £465 million of our budget since austerity, and that's over 2/3 of our overall budget since 2010. And Liverpool, like other cities, has a growing elderly population with increasing complex needs, including dementia. And we urgently need a big injection of funding to councils' care budgets, alongside a social care workforce strategy to meet rising demands, because we are facing unprecedented staff shortages in the health and social care sector, with more than 165,000 vacancies and a massive turnover of 30% per year. And in Liverpool, 15% of our social care workers are employed on zero-hour contracts, and we have a vacancy rate of over 10%. Without action, the consequences will be devastating. We must be absolutely clear. A shortage of staff costs lives, and it's as simple as that. We're about to face a Tory austerity round 2, with 43 billion in cuts to be slashed from public services that have already seen decimated in the last 12 years of Tory government. And instead of more cuts, we need serious injection of cash into adult social care and a plan to bring these services back in-house, to end the rampant profiteering of companies backed by private equity funds that sucks public money out of the system and out of services and straight into tax havens in the Cayman Islands and into the super rich. Decent pay, terms and conditions for undervalued employees must take centre stage of any serious plans to tackle deep-rooted structural issues in the social care sector, along with a long-term workforce strategy and improved quality and standards of care. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care has committed to maintaining the same levels of funding on health and social care, despite today's cancellation of the levy. However, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are crowing about this reversal to national insurance contributions as a key victory in their tax-cutting agenda, which will see £43 billion slashed from public services. So can the Minister confirm whether the government will commit to spending the same planned £12.4 billion a year over the next 3 years that would have been raised by this levy? Simple yes or no answer will be great. Thank you.
Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't often say this, but I welcome the U-turn, the decision the government have taken to U-turn on their increase in national insurance contribution, although I reject absolutely any suggestion that it should be coupled with any watering down whatsoever of the previous commitments on funding for health and social care services. I don't think national insurance is the right name for this tax. It's an income tax, it's a jobs tax, and we should be honest about what it is doing. It's a jobs tax because if you've got a job, unless you're earning way below minimum full-time wage, you pay tax on the money you get paid for doing your job. If you employ somebody, you pay tax on the wages you pay them for doing a job for you. It's only if you're lucky enough to be able to make most of your money from owning shares or property that you can earn significant amounts of money without paying national insurance on that income. And I have to say, not many of my constituents are struggling on a minimum wage and part-time jobs are that interested in the fact that they can get national insurance-free income from their share portfolios because they can't afford to buy them in the first place. This is a form of income tax, a jobs tax, specifically targeted at working people. It's not even insurance as such. When I pay insurance on my car, if I'm involved in an accident, I've got a guarantee that the insurance company will pay their share of the cost. You don't get that guarantee just because you've been paying national insurance contributions all your life. Just ask the WASPy women how much of an insurance scheme guarantee you actually get from national insurance. In addition, the legislation that we've been asked to repeal today, and which it looks as if will be repealed without a division, introduced a form of hypothecated tax, which is not something I would generally support. Nobody's really mentioned that in this debate, and it didn't get a lot of coverage in the debate last year. But other than for very time-limited and very precisely defined purposes, I don't think hypothecated taxes really work. And filling in a small part of the decades-long underfunding in some of the most important public services is neither time-limited nor specific. So whatever we're going to do to change the tax system to give adequate funding to these services, a single specific hypothecated tax was never going to be the reason. I'm being consistent on this. I find it interesting that nobody who's spoken in the debate in favour of repealing this levy has explained why they voted for it in the first place last year. I note that sometimes people are allowed to change their minds regularly, whereas in others people are not allowed to change their minds from 8 years ago. Our health and social care services are among the most precious public services we've got. Universal health care, free at the point of delivery, including free prescriptions, by the way, based only on clinical need, not on your ability to pay, is surely an essential part of any civilised society. And I would say the same about social care as well. I'm proud that in Scotland we have free personal care for those who need it, regardless of whether or not they can afford to pay for it. I welcome the steps the Scottish Government has taken to reduce the financial burden on those that need other forms of social care as well. All of these services are available to everybody, and they should be paid for by everybody according to our means through general taxation. And I'm not ashamed to say that if I have to pay a wee bit extra in tax that I can easily afford in order to provide a civilised society for my people to live in, then I will do so willingly. But those principles are under direct attack, even more so than they were under the previous Prime Minister, even more so than they were in the dark days of Margaret Thatcher. We now have a Prime Minister who's chosen to surround herself with people whose links to the NHS privatisation lobby are not hard to find. And it doesn't need to be direct privatisation. It's very easy to privatise a health service by stealth, simply by strangling it of funds so that the waiting list becomes so long, as has already been indicated, people choose to pay for a health service that they've already actually paid for through their taxes. That's why it's essential that we get commitments from this government that not only will there not be a reduction in cash terms in health service funding or in social care funding, but that those budgets will increase by enough to cover the cost of inflation as it hits those services. Inflation in the health service historically has usually been higher than the headline rate of inflation. The headline rate of inflation is savage enough just now. It's likely that the true cost of inflation to the health service is even higher. And it's scandalous that when I asked the Chancellor about this directly, when he issued his mini-budget a few weeks ago, he refused to give a commitment that funding for the health service will even keep pace with inflation, never mind increasing to meet what we all can all see as an unmet demand. And part of the reason the NHS is coming under unprecedented pressure is because the policies of this government, the deliberate choices of this government and its predecessors over the last number of years have forced people into poverty, forced people into destitution, and that has an impact on people's health. That creates additional demand on the NHS. So in the same way as several members have pointed out, that having people on health service waiting lists unable to work damages the economy. If the economy is damaged in such a much that funding for the health service, that people are given sort of lower wages, that people are put under financial crisis, unable to afford the cost of living, that in turn damages their health to an extent that we maybe haven't properly realised until recently. There was a study quite recently by the University of Glasgow and the Glasgow Centre for Population Health that found that there have been nearly 335,000 excess deaths in the UK in the last 7 years caused by austerity. Deliberate policy choices by this and previous Tory governments since 2012 have actually killed more people than the COVID pandemic. That is scandalous to happen in any society that claims to be a civilised country. And that's why we can't fully consider the provisions of this bill or the provision of the Act of Parliament that it will repeal in isolation from the wider policies of a government that does seem to be hell-bent on plunging even more people into poverty while lining the pockets of their own billionaire supporters and donors. To give just one example, the Chief Secretary earlier on was delighted to tell us that the combination of not increasing the National Insurance levy and the changes to income tax thresholds announced previously will amount to a whopping £500 per year back in the pockets of my lowest earning constituents. They're paying between £1,200 and £1,500 a year more just for the heat in their homes compared to last year. So the generous £500 a year that the government are putting back into their pockets is less than half what it needs just to stand still for electricity and gas prices. That's before they start to pay their increased costs of food, increased costs of rent, increased costs of mortgages for those that are able to afford to buy their own homes. And it shouldn't be inevitable. Why is it that my constituents live in a country where 85% of its energy doesn't come from gas? So why do they see their bills doubling when there's a gas shortage? Why is it that for my constituents who live in a country that makes more electricity, supplies more energy than it needs, they've got a commodity that's in short supply? So why is it that my constituents are so much worse off when the value of this commodity that we've got in surplus increases on the global market? These are questions that it's not that the Treasury ministers or other ministers in this place don't know the answer to. They're questions that they're scared to face up to the answers to. Madam Deputy Speaker, the repeal of this legislation when the ink is hardly dry on the paper serves to illustrate yet again the total chaos that this government is in, the total chaos that it's spread over the whole of these islands, the chaos that it seems quite happy to inflict on the financial markets, despite the impact that they know it will have on people's standard of living now and the pensions they'll be able to rely on in the future. The government's persistent refusal to provide a costed plan to provide sufficient and sustainable funding for these vital services directly through funding in England and then indirectly through Barnett consequentials on the 4 devolved nations. The persistent refusal to put health and social care services onto a proper and sustainable funding basis demonstrates very clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our National Health Service can never be safe in the hands of this or any other Westminster government.
Here.
Shadow Minister Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I get into the bill, I just want to note some of the remarks made by the government on their energy package and the speed with which that was brought forward. And I just want to recall, given the first opportunity that we have to discuss these financial matters, that it felt to me during recess almost every day in August people were begging the government to act, and they didn't. And we waited and waited whilst they had an internal debate, and they could have acted. And for 12 years, in fact, it has seemed that the British economy has had both deep-rooted problems and significant shocks. And given the current situation before us and now the chaos we're facing, wouldn't any government want to act? Which brings us to this bill today, which is essentially a U-turn. And as colleagues have said, the government is showing here that it can U-turn, and what we need now is much more significant action. We can say that with certainty that the Chancellor has already made a considerable impression on the economy. He inherited a cost of living crisis and, for good measure, added a cost of borrowing crisis, an interest rate crisis, a mortgage crisis, a sterling crisis, a government bond crisis, and a pension funds crisis. Inflation was already at its highest rate in 40 years, devouring household wages and savings. Shell, ExxonMobil and Chevron recorded their highest ever profits, and household energy bills doubled within a year. Thanks to this government, the pound has slumped to its lowest value against the dollar since Britain went decimal in 1971. And thanks to this government, the Bank of England has been forced to launch an emergency £65 billion bond buying scheme, which, as we saw yesterday, has barely stopped the chaos. Thanks to this government, in the blink of an eye, the average homeowner now faces a monthly mortgage payment £500 more expensive. And thanks to this government, Madam Deputy Speaker, food bank use has soared to such an extent. Do not say it's global. The food bank increase is not global. It is a feature of the UK economy. Has soared to such an extent that volunteers will need to either turn people away or reduce the size of emergency rations. That is the situation that we face. That is why this must not be the last U-turn from this government that this bill represents. Now, we've heard from various Conservative members that they are the party of tradition. So let me commend this government in their conduct with relation to our economy just now for respecting a long-standing Conservative tradition. Just like the 16th of September 1992, Conservative governments always end up sacrificing family finances to pay for their chaos. This Chancellor, in his airy disregard for experts, produced a budget that was so complacent, so unfunded and so unconvincing to the markets that the cost of our long-term borrowing soared. The Chancellor's doubters now are not just members of the Labour Party, Madam Deputy Speaker. They include bond traders, the currency markets, the civil service, the OBR, the Bank of England, the IMF and the British public. The Conservatives have pierced a hole in the British economy. The effects are widespread and severe. Pension funds brought to the edge of collapse, and before the Bank of England intervened, we risked falling into a, quote, self-perpetuating spiral, threatening severe disruption of core funding markets and consequent widespread financial instability. To be so arrogant, so high-handed, so willing to risk impoverishing people is, I believe, unforgivable. So it's some small comfort that today the Tories are reversing their own rise in national insurance. So U-turn follows U-turn, we return to square one. But this zigzagging incoherence isn't just a waste, frankly, of parliamentary time and energy. It's damaging to our stability and to our credibility. No matter whether they raise taxes or lower them, high-quality public services and economic growth will continue to elude the Conservative Party. And that is because, as has been said so often, economic strength simply does not come just from the top. It starts in the everyday lives of working people right across our great country. And I think the member for South Suffolk actually explained well what is happening right now for people trying to work. Because thanks to Conservatives, record waiting lists see acute conditions becoming chronic and more people having to leave the labour market. Do not crow about unemployment being at historic low levels when inactivity, people simply not able to work, is shooting up, as we found today, again and again. So I certainly will give way, because I'm rich.
But what I said, just to clarify, was it was due to the pandemic. Not entirely, but it's everything the Labour Party says now, airbrushed out of history, this great post-war trauma that the country faced, when there was an enormous surge in borrowing, which we all supported to fund the support for businesses and people in our constituencies. At some point, will they recognise the impact that had and the action we had to take, which led to decisions like these tax increases?
No, they won't.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the impact of the pandemic, I think, has been profound on our labour market and on our health service. I think it should inspire us to see the capabilities of the people within our health service. And I think it should show us the undeniable truth that there will be no economic health in this country without securing the health of the people of this country. That's what the pandemic shows us. And I simply ask that the party in government today, the Conservative Party, learns that lesson. If you look at what's going on with our labour market right now, part of the growth plan must be to secure our health service, to get waiting lists down and to get people back to good health. And we've heard that funding for health and social care services will be untouched. So let me assure the government, already so elastic with its commitments, that their promise on the health service will be, as they've heard today, under heightened surveillance in months to come. The government says that they have a growth plan to end their cycle of stagnation and to radically overhaul what's been dragging us down. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, that plan simply has no credibility. It's delayed, and until we see truly what they believe can help this country grow, all we see is the cost of borrowing growing, inflation growing, mortgage payments growing, food bank use growing, child poverty growing, whilst the true opportunities that this country has, its people, their talents are left wasted. And I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, who asked for this? Who nodded happily at higher mortgage repayments? Who wanted public services to be slashed or the spiralling inequality? There's no consent for this, as we've seen, not even consent from the Tory backbenchers. And as a result, the damage to our economy is immediate and sharp, but we are at risk of another real danger, one which emerges perhaps slower but is just as great. and that's our relationship with the British people. In this place, we have short memories, I worry. Only 3 months ago, more than 60 ministers fled the government of the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge. And for some time, that government had been viewed with real anger by the public, who overcame the pandemic, as we've said, through shared sacrifice, only to feel cheated and insulted and taken for fools by their government. Well, the British people, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not fools. They understand that to weather this winter, whether it's soaring energy bills, surging inflation, the war in Ukraine, shared sacrifice is needed again. And in return, they're owed compassionate, responsible leadership and a government which can look them in the eye. This is not a time for economic hobbyism, for testing pet theories like schoolboys in the common room and ignoring the country. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, not even 2 people in every 1,000 voted for this Prime Minister or her Chancellor. Britain did not choose to be experimented on in this way. When the Chancellor delivered his crazy budget on the 23rd of September, everyone in this country was united in experiencing that act of economic vandalism. When children are hungrier, pensioners colder, and families fearful, the Chancellor avoided the profits of energy giants and signed off unfunded tax giveaways for millionaires. In waving through bigger bonuses for bankers, he took a torch to our social contract. Instead of shared sacrifice, this gang of fanatics on the Treasury bench turned to casino economics and gambled away public trust. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an old saying that you can judge a person by what they choose to do with power. And after 12 years of the Tories in power, the veneer has worn off, revealing the same old ideas which have been tested to destruction in this country. Run the country on the cheap, leave public services crumbling, make working people pay the price. The big society, remember that, been and gone. One nation conservatism is a painted shell, and the facade of levelling up has been abandoned as they cut taxes for millionaires and look set to cut benefits for the poor. It doesn't matter whether it's this Prime Minister or whoever soon replaces her. This is the Conservative project, and it has been there all along. It is the single greatest privilege in this country to sit on that Treasury bench where they sit. But instead of living up to that honour, this Conservative Party is hopeless, reckless, callous and weak. There is no consent for their ideas, and they should be driven out of office. And if they really are such a confident group of free thinkers, surely they have nothing to fear from taking their pitch to the country.
Minister Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to close this debate on behalf of the government, and let me begin by thanking all honourable members for their contributions during the course of this relatively short debate. I think it's fair to say none of us came here expecting to find a perfect consensus. I didn't, but it was rather pleasing to have this measure welcomed by the opposition spokesperson, the member for Ilford North, the SNP spokesperson, the member for Gordon, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, the member for Richmond Park, and by the MP, the Member of Parliament for Glenrothes. So thank you to all those honourable members for their support from the opposition. I would like to also pay thanks to the speeches on my side from my 2 honourable friends, the member for South Suffolk, and also my long-standing and honourable friend from Macclesfield, and the interventions from my honourable friends, the member for Winchester and Salisbury. If I looked at one message, Madam Deputy, for the 4 of them, it was reinforcing the message of fiscal responsibility, the importance of fiscal responsibility, and that's a message that's heard loud and clear. It's been resonated by the Chancellor again and again, including today, and truly it is the essence, as my honourable friend said, it's the essence of conservatism. And I also know the points from my honourable friend, the member for Macclesfield, about the Treasury working more closely with the OBR and engagement as requested by the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and I can assure him that the Treasury team will be engaging as he has suggested. It was a serious debate for most part. I think at one point it looked like it was getting into levity when the honourable member for Arfon, unfortunately no longer in his place, volunteered to be a member of the Anti-Growth Coalition, but then it said it was important that there was a free lunch. And the honourable member for Gordon, talking about not joining carpet, I think invoking Marx, not the Marx that used to be the favourite of the opposition spokesperson on finance, but Groucho Marx. But generally, it was an issue that at times had some clear points of ideology about the plan. It is clear that the purpose of the Chancellor's growth plan is to improve lives across the country over the long term. Growing the economy must be our guiding mission, and with this government it is, through lower taxes, through improved infrastructure, by supporting skilled employment, by removing barriers to investment, by getting the housing market moving, by making Britain an even better place to do business, and by ensuring that people who earn money keep more of their own money so they can make their own decisions. And that also includes our businesses. And I heard from the opposition spokesperson that their plan really comprises two aspects. First of all, that it is the government, it is the Labour, that should be the ones that decide what is the right way to achieve growth in this country, rather than the wealth creators and the businesses. It's Labour that would wish to make those decisions on behalf of all of us. And many of us on this side know where that sort of central planning ends up. And the second part was that those with the broadest shoulders should bear the burden. But I would just warn honourable members to just measure how broad their shoulders are, because my fear is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it isn't really the broad shoulders, it's basically anyone with shoulders. And my point would be this: the starting position where we start on this for Labour's plan. In 2022-23, this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, the top 1% of the income distribution are estimated to receive 13% of all income, but already they pay 30% of all income tax liabilities. 1% paying 30% of all income tax liabilities. The bottom 50% of the income distribution are estimated to pay only 8.3% of all income tax. So when Labour says that they want to fund it through general taxation, they aren't looking out for the 1% to pay, Madam Deputy Speaker. They're looking out for people on average income and on low incomes to pay for their plans. And we on this side do not think that is the right way to achieve growth. In a second, I'll come to the honourable gentleman if I have time. I would like to spend a little bit of time, if I could, on the speech by the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, who I thought gave a very good speech and raised some important broader issues. I was interested in her views as she welcomed a bit about some of the costs that have been paid by people and by businesses. I think she'd used the numbers 2.5 and 3.8 billion that have been paid as part of this, and that really underlines the point about why this measure will make such an important contribution to put money back into the pockets of households now as they face the winter crisis, and to the hands of businesses as they make their investment decisions. She kindly mentioned about her past as an accountant. Not everyone would necessarily volunteer their past as an accountant, and about some of the disruption code. Can I assure the Honourable Lady that I personally have spoken, as indeed the HMRC have, to software payroll companies to assess what the level of disruption has been and whether this additional change will cause further disruption. And in my conversations with them, they have said that there has been minimal cost to date and that this reversal will have minimal cost to them. Now, obviously, that's just a selection. Talking to payroll software companies, there'll be others, but I think I can give her some assurance that it is less than perhaps she might fear. Yes, I'm happy to give away.
I thank the Minister for that assurance.